gather all of us to be here. I'm extremely grateful to the father of our house, Apostle Moses, who birthed this entire vision of the movement having tech at the heart of everything that it does. I also want to thank Sunbird AI, who are already in the AI space. You'll get to hear from them through today, and I'm very grateful that when we reached out, they responded to our call and they came through. And in a very special way, I want to thank Mr. Tim Ables, who is in the room. Very, very accomplished in the tech space. Let's give him a round of applause. He's very, very passionate about the kingdom and also about technology and what tech can do in advancing the kingdom. And he's very, very big on AI being a tool to move the whole continent from the agri-economy to the data economy in a generation and generate a lot of wealth through the process. And that desire aligns fully with our Father's heart of empowering every one of us financially and being kingdom agents in bringing change. So thank you so much, Mr. Ables. It's always an honor to have you here, to get to learn. I feel in many ways we only get to tap a bit of the things that he has for us, but even then, we are very grateful to learn and apply what we're going to learn. So we have a whole 2 days mapped out, and each of these sessions you're going to be getting into are very tailored to be as practical as possible. We know many of you have already seen YouTube videos about AI. Maybe you've typed a few prompts here and there, and you might be at different levels in using the tools. You may even have run into those ads on YouTube that make fun of us. They say, you know, it's 2026 and you're still using AI like a search engine. If you're that and above, I don't know, they somehow, for those who have not got the joke, those ads have not come for you yet. So maybe they are discriminating against you, and it's not because of data, it's another reason. So, we are going to get to learn very practical use cases of AI. We're going to see how AI is already being used in some of the businesses here. We are going to unpack, listen to some of the challenges you're going through, and through the 2 days, we'll also get to build some prototypes, again, using AI. So all of this is crafted to show you, one, what are some things people are already doing with AI in Uganda today? So that it's not up in the air, it's not an idea. What are things that are already happening today? So you can see a line, you have a line of sight between where you are and what's actually working for another business. So you can actually reach out to someone in the room and learn some practical things you can do for your business. Is that okay? Then the other thing we'll get to do as well, we'll get to show you some demonstrations of practical things that businesses are getting to do again with AI. We'll also have Sunbird AI, who are using AI to do some really, really amazing stuff. They're localizing what AI can do and getting AI to speak local languages. I don't want to over-preempt it, but also that is also to show you the power of what's available, and we'll get to hear from them as well. So our hope as you go through all of this is for you to take this thing away from just a thing that is there, maybe that is scary, maybe that is not so clear, but even for you who are already using it in some form or fashion, to show you how much more is available. Mr. Abels has worked in the top echelons of tech, with Intel Capital, with Dell, with Microsoft. Some of those might just sound like names, but those are the top tier when it comes to technology. It doesn't get higher than that. For those who are in the tech space, we have a term called FANG. If you're not in the tech space, it might sound weird, but that's a term. It's a real thing. In the tech space, we have a term called FANG, and it refers to the top companies in the tech space. It used to be called Facebook back then, Amazon, but Apple, yeah. So it was referring to those top companies, and Mr. Abels here has worked in multiple levels in those kinds of companies. So there is no better person than him to be able to address us at the power of tech, both as someone who has operated at that very high level in tech, but also very key as someone who is in the kingdom. Many times we see those two as diagrammatically opposed aspects, that you can be one or the other. But he's actually both. He's both very focused on the kingdom, but he's also worked very high in tech, and so it will be a very big honor learning from him. So I'm going to take us through something very brief. The team came up with a survey that is going to help us identify what are some of the pain points that you as a business owner are experiencing. So we're going to put up that survey in a moment. And so as you fill it in, the goal will be that we'll identify some of those problems, and then through today and tomorrow we'll be able to build a proof of concept using AI, so we can help one or two businesses that will come through in those responses that you give. The goal is, again, make this as practical as possible. So as you describe the issues you're going through, we'll see which ones repeat a lot, because many of you might say some similar issues. And as we pick up which of those issues have as much similarities from the things that you're going to share, through today and tomorrow we'll have a proof of concept built for you, so that you can also get to see how fast solutions are possible using some of these tools. So I'll let the team put up the survey at some point. There you go. So you'll just use, oh yeah, it's right there. You'll just use your device, or if it's from a certain country, your device, and fill in that survey. And then we'll just give you a few moments for that. And then I'll invite up our first speaker for the day. Good to see Mr. Martin Matovu in the room. Kanzo Code Limited is one of our sponsors for this event. We celebrate them, and Mr. Martin Matovu here is the CEO of Kanzo Code Limited. So yeah, very shortly we'll be bringing up our first speaker. We'll just give you a few minutes to fill in the survey. Has anyone been able to access it? It's working? All right. So I'll let the media team just play a very brief musical interlude, just to buy you a few minutes to fill that in. Then I'll invite our very first speaker. It will unfortunately need a smartphone. If it's not, it might be a bit tricky to use it. All right. I hope you've covered ground in that. And like I said, real time, we'll be able to pick up based on your pain points, and we'll be able to build out something. Thank you so much, Brian. So, without further ado, or I don't, I'm inviting up our very first speaker for these hopefully very empowering sessions. So Janat Namara works with Sunbird AI. They are some of the people you'll get to hear about both today and tomorrow. She'll give us a bit more context about what they do. But essentially, Sunbird AI has gone a step forward in taking what AI can do and localizing it, making it possible for local languages to be accessed using AI. Last I checked, they were doing 5 languages, but I know they've been able to expand and they do a lot more than that. What that means is you can have conversations in a local language, you can have translations, you can have a lot more done in local languages using AI. And that opens up a world of opportunities. So she's very passionate about communication, about using tech to do a lot more, especially for the underserved. And we get to learn about the work that Sunbird AI is doing. We get to learn about how that impacts you as a business, about the possibilities that opens up for you as a business, but also as a developer, also as a student. What are the things that you can explore in that path based on what the work they are doing is going to do? Very key as well, their work is all open source. What that means is that you can take their work and build on top of it, which is very, 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 very powerful. So join me in welcoming Janat Namara to share with us. You're very welcome. She's also a second-time guest in the building, so please make her feel even extra welcome.
Thank you, Pastor Peter. Good morning, everyone. The last time I was here was for Jesus Night. Yeah, or the first time actually that I was here was for Jesus Night. So my name is Janat Namara. I am the communications lead at Sunbird AI. So Sunbird AI is a non-profit in Uganda that builds practical AI tools for social impact. As I have learned, the next few days you are going to be learning the different practical ways to apply AI in your lives. And so I want to tell you a small story about a man named Denish. He comes from Lamo district. He speaks Acholi. He runs a small shop. And in his community, there's no electricity. There's no UEDCL just yet, because it's a very expensive and tedious process. So Sunbird AI built an AI model that can identify the best place to put a mini solar grid that can impact people better, the best reach and all of that. And it can do it pretty quickly. It saves a lot of time. It saves government all the survey things that they have to do. And so for years, Denish, when the sun went down, his shop closed. His kids could not do their homework. Life in the little center just went dead. And then last year, the AI model pilot worked, and now his village has electricity. He has opened a small welding school for people to go to learn a skill. There's 2 hotels in that trading center that operate until 10 p.m. There is a primary school that now has 2 classrooms that have access to power, so there's prep for the kids who are doing P7. I tell this story because I want you to see how AI can impact people's lives, how it changes even the last mile person's life if you are intentional about it. So there's something he said when I met him last year. He said, the trading center now has life and people have what to do. That stuck with me. It reminded me that some of the things that we do at Sunbird AI matter. They matter to the people that are trying to make their lives better. And this is what artificial intelligence looks like when it is built for people. I'm not a computer scientist. I am a science communications professional. I don't write code. I explain what the coders do. And that should show you that there's also a place for everyone within the artificial intelligence or the digital economy in itself. You do not need to be a software engineer to participate. You do not need to know the greatest AI things. You don't need to be, what did Pastor Peter say? The YouTube ad that's been attacking you every time you log on. Yeah, you don't need to be the best person. But because this is a conversation that is a human one. It's about who gets heard, who gets helped, who gets access to information. For example, there are over 2,000 living languages in Africa. In Uganda, there's about 60, but I think about 40 that are officially recognized. But most of the AI tools that are being built currently that shape access to information, shape policy, shape healthcare, shape agriculture, shape businesses, speak English. These are tools that are already shaping the conversations in the world that we exist, and they do not speak our languages. If they do not speak our languages and a system cannot understand you, it cannot serve you. And these are some of the gaps we try to bridge at Sunbird. So we have built Sunflower. Sunflower is a large language model that speaks 30 Ugandan languages and 2 from the East African region, which means it can generate text, it can summarize text, it can explain, and it can also give you just like context translation between English to other languages. This is largely for text, but there's also a speech component to it that we are working on improving because most languages, at least in Uganda, are spoken. Most people might not be able to read, but they can speak and you can speak back to them. You can imagine the number of people that this includes in the digital economy. If you had a business, you have an app, you do a tourism app that you want people to come into Uganda and do things like that, can you integrate your languages? Can you talk to the Chinese and the Chinese speaks to you? Can a farmer in northern Uganda access extension services in a way that they understand? Do you need to reinvent the wheel or start your own wheel? That's kind of these are the gaps that we keep trying to close. And all of our work is open source, which means it's free to access. And there's 2 ways you can access it, either through, it depends on which level at AI and computer science that you are, you can take the models themselves and build onto them. Or if you already have an existing app, a website, something, you can integrate our technology directly into your app and maybe translate your website or build a different use case. There's so many ways that you can, any problem that you can think of that fits in your context, in your lived reality, is something that you can change and build on and act on and make societies better. Because tech in itself does not really transform communities. It's the people that do, it's institutions that do, it's the relationships in this room over the next few days that will determine whether the technology actually has an effect, because AI is just a tool. it's an extraordinarily powerful tool, but it's a tool nonetheless. So what determines whether it works, whether it uplifts or harms people, is the values and the intentions and the accountability of the people that deploy this technology, which would be you. And so, but also none of this will happen without a deliberate ecosystem. An ecosystem that includes research institutions, that includes investment into your infrastructure and your technology, and learning, which is what you're going to be doing over the next few days, that includes supportive policy, community voices, community leaders, entrepreneurs. Every pillar matters, which means every person in this room has a role to play. So this is why conferences like this or conversations like this really matter to the conversation, because you are like the faith community, you're community leaders, you're on ground, you see who is left out, you live your realities. You also carry the trust of people that technology companies would never reach. So you have both the reach and the responsibility to ask hard questions about the tech that you're going to build and the tech that will join your communities. And that conversation starts here. That work starts here. Over the next few days, I've seen the conference, the program. There's a number of classes that are lined up for you. So I would hope that you take the lessons, deploy them, and be a crucial part of the digital economy in Uganda. So tomorrow there will be a software engineer from Sunbird AI that will give you a live demonstration of the tools that we have built, so you can ask any more questions and things like that. But if you want to try the interface, we have a web interface where you can just chat with Sunflower. So it's sunflower.sunbird.ai. Sunflower.sunbird.ai. All right. I think that's everything from me. Thank you very much. And I would like to welcome you officially to the third Impact, AI Impact Harvest Institute Ministries Conference. I hope you have a very insightful next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Another round of applause. I can't wait for you to be able to try out. I think you could even try it out right now in your browser. I was blown away when I I'd seen their office, and then I came across the interview that NTV did. And when I was able to try out the interface, test out the Luganda, it was really, really amazing. So the possibilities are really huge, because that means people who don't speak English can be, you can learn a lot of things using AI. So learning, training, things that would typically need a lot of people to do, training can be done even in local languages using the tools that they've built. And so thank you so much for being here and the things that opens up the doors for. So I'm going to invite our main speaker to get into the very first session that we're going to be able to get into today. And I know he's going to build on everything we've already talked about, the power of AI and what it can do for you as a business. Today's audience is spread. We have both business people in the room and also technical people in the room. And today I know he's going to lean a lot more on the business side and some of the things you can do directly there. We already picked the issues that you shared, and the team at some point will project a summary of everything that you shared to give a picture of what is going to be built to solve the problem. But Join me in welcoming Mr. Tim Abels to take us through the first session he has for us. Very welcome.
And I'm supposed to get a clicker to go to the next slide. I don't know if that's possible. And if I don't have a clicker, I'll just give you a signal. How's that? Okay. If you can put up the first slide. Okay. So we're really going to be covering a lot. Normally, I discuss business. I train AI for like 3-day seminars. That's 24 hours. So we're going to cover the highlights today, but understand that everything I'm sharing, you have on flash drive. We're an NGO, and we help in many ways. Also, we will give you free models if you want, free automations, free agent libraries. Now, we're not going to give it to 1,000 of you, but we'll give it to your leaders, and then they'll know who to give it to, okay? So as long as you get to know Peter and your leaders, you're in good shape. Okay, good. So our NGO started in 2015, and we started with Move Africa to factory and AI for 100 times the kingdom wealth in one generation. That's how we started, okay? And so that's our focus still, is how do you move Africa when you do all the work and you're only getting money per hour on a farm and not money per machine or money per data value? That's 100 times more money. And those are the only 3 economic generations: farming, factory, and AI. And there won't be a 4th generation you can't improve on data AI. Think of data as the dashboard of a car, and it's all the ways you can make money. And think of AI as driving that car and using that dashboard and seeing all the patterns. I taught graduate level AI at the largest university, at the top 5 Purdue University. I still teach AI at the 2nd largest university and at many Christian universities. Every Tuesday I meet with 6 AI companies. Some of those companies have 6,000, 10,000 companies using their model. So I'm currently in AI. Okay, next slide. This is good. Okay, good. So we really have 4 agendas, and this is just the business overview. Think of this as just the survey, just business. And we can go as deep as you want on development also. We're going to start by seeing the benefits and the tools you must know. If you work in one of my companies, if you don't know these 3 AI tools, if you can't do the work of 10 people, you'll be fired. You'll have a month to learn, but you need to do the work of 10 people because the competitor is doing this. So this is the first talk where we'll do overview, and you really need to learn prompts. You're going to get quite surprised. Next. Good. So the benefits here, we've examined 200 AI tools. So when we talk about business tools, these are the best, and we'll happily defend that. And we can go as deep as you want. And everything, this is only like 120 slides, but we also have 100 pagers to back these up. And when we write those 100 pagers, that's what we feed our AI models. So basically, every page is at least 95% perfect. AI is our co-author. And in the future, you're basically going to be a director, an editor. You'll rarely be an author, okay? So you must be 10x productive, and everything we do is free and freely reusable. Also, we'll talk about ebooks and how we're helping there too. We only use books from the last 12 months. And everything we're doing is aligned with our developer training. Next slide. Next. This is going to be painful. Okay. So normally when we teach this, we say look through slides 4 through 8 and install these before the class starts. On your phone, you have to install Gemini, GPT, Claude. Those are the best 3 AIs. Gemini's the best, GPT is second best, and those 2 are 90% of the entire AI market. Claude is the best at code, math, and very deep logical things. And so between those 3, you're in very good shape. In fact, if you use the free account for those 3, you'll have more prompts than one of the paid accounts. So I have the 3 accounts on my phone, on my wife's phone, on my laptop, on my wife's laptop. See how that works? Yes. Yeah, you can max it out. Free is good. So, can you go back to the previous? Thank you. So these are the things you have to install. If you have a phone, you must install the 3 AI. You must also install a research tool, Perplexity and Notebook. So the first category of prompting is for wide open internet current questions. The second category is for your own research. For Perplexity, this will replace your Google search. Going forward, there's only 2 companies that are current with internet. There would be April 2026 internet. That would be Google if you specify grounding in current, and Perplexity, and that's it. You're hitting some models that are like a year old. It takes $100 million to make their model. They're not going to stay current. So heavily favor, when you need something current, heavily favor Google, and we just want to do something like search Perplexity. But Perplexity gives you the answer, not the links. Much more useful. So do Perplexity before you do Google search. And then Notebook LM, we're going to talk about that a lot. That's going to be one of your top 2 tools that you use. It will generate your web content, your marketing campaign content, your research, your authoring. It will be amazing. The third category is automation. Again, to do the work of 10 people, you need to know all 3 of these. You need to have all of these on your phone, and better yet, on your laptop. So with Make, you can actually chain 3,000 different tools together. This way, when you record your forms, let's say you're doing Zoom or a meeting like that, you'd probably use Fathom, and you'd get that, and then you'd feed that to your Gmail. Very nice to be able to do that with just a single click, or just automate it. So we'll talk about automation, and we'll be happy to give Peter these many, many automations to get you started. Again, your little company of 3 people should have enough automation to do the work of 100 people, to bid against very big companies. Because AI will write your grant, write your bid, and make sure that everybody in your company does the work of 10 people. See how it works? Okay, next. So here's the first install. This is going to be painful. Sorry. So basically, AI Studio. This tool lets you do 1 million words a day of AI. There's nothing like it. It thinks you're a developer. So when you install this tool and click on Playground and you prompt, you can prompt all day long. Unless you're making many movies, you will not run out of the maximum prompting. Some of the other tools that only give you 5 prompts a day, it's kind of nice to have 1 million. Very nice. And that's just the playground. When you learn this tool better, for your AI developers, this is your main tool for doing all design. If you need to design something that has network and security and 10 other things, all design, one story will come from this tool. And then you use another tool to actually code each one of those. If you're into development, this will create the 100 lines of Markdown. You'll give that to the other tool, and then the other tool will create the code. Very productive. You have to learn this. I'm coaching many, many companies that have 6,000, 10,000 companies using their models. That do things like, here's the hit list of realty investments for the day. And over 6,000 realtors are using that to invest that day. And then it's single click to approve the contracts. It's single click to move the money. Pretty productive, pretty nice, right? Good. So you have to install this, and whenever I'm going to say repeatedly, ask AI. For example, should you just use the browser with the link there, or should you install the local app on your Windows? And the answer is, the local app has at least 20 advantages. Do you want to know what they are? Ask AI. Oh, perfect. Okay, give me a second here. Okay. I'm displaying, but it's not, I can't go forward and back. So, is it taking my HDMI? Okay, in a minute here, we'll be able to use this HDMI. Okay. Until then, let me just use what they have now. So, you need to install this, and then you'll have the icon on your desk. And why do you know that having your own app is better than a website? Ask AI. Literally, ask AI, give me 20 reasons why having this as a local app is better than a browser. We're going to go fast, and I'm not going to give you all the details. Now, what are those 20 reasons? That's in our workbook that we feed AI for your models. So, okay, so the next slide is once you have this on your desktop, you can activate it, and then you can do prompting. In AI Studio, as long as you click on Playground in the left navigation bar, then you can do your prompting. This can do much, much more than that. Oh, is it displaying behind me? Oh, perfect. Okay. Okay, great. So I'm actually, thank you. So again, use the icon and click on that, and you need to be using this first thing in the morning. Literally, right after my devotion, this is the next thing I use. Every morning. I took my wife on her anniversary last week. This is what I did. Yeah. I said, tell me about all these parks she hasn't been to, sunsets, things like that. Tell me everything that's free that she would enjoy. Okay? Yeah. And then I said, what are some foods I can pack that I can take with me? And then I said, what are some questions I can ask her about each one of these sites? And I did that. She said it was one of the best days of her life, and I spent no money. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, you can use this for all of your big, important things. And by the way, I spent $50 on my wedding, 180,000 shillings. We bought a house a year later. My son spent $50 on his wedding last year. He buys his house next month. See how that works? We had our wedding at 2 o'clock, no lunch, no dinner. We served a few things like ground nuts that were very cheap. Everything else was free. We woke up the next morning laughing because we still had all of God's money that must double every 3 years. At 24%, it doubles every 3 years. So, yeah, that's what, I mean, my kids are volunteers. When they turn 40, they can choose to keep working because God's money has to double every 3 years. You don't waste it. You know what a wedding is? To buy things you don't need with money you don't have to impress people you don't like. Okay? Yeah. Okay. So, when you install this, you need to install 2 of them. You install one that's your long memory. That way you're doing 5 or 10 prompts of the same subject. And then you've got the other one for all the noise. You want to ask a prompt about non-Uganda? That's the short-term memory. See how it works? You want to prompt about non-business, all those kind of things? So you always have at least 2 open. One AI Studio to prompt for a long memory thread. And the other one, don't confuse. See, you're out there in some n-dimensional space, and the sweet spot's over here. Stay there. You don't want to just keep distracting with AI with bizarre questions. So always have at least 2 open.
What's the other one?
Oh, you have, okay, it's the same thing. So you'll have 2 instances of AI Studio. You'll have one instance, and all of the prompts there are one continuous thread. The other one can be more chaos. You can ask all of your other questions there. So if I was focusing all my questions on AI, business, in Kampala, that would all be in the long thread. Now, if sometimes I need to ask something that's very different, it's going to be in my other app. It's really the same app, but another instance. Never add noise to your main thread. Keep it focused. You're in the sweet spot of all answers. You don't just say, oh, tell me about non-Uganda, tell me about non-business, tell me about development. Those are all good questions for another app. Now, if that app starts taking off, that'll become a long memory, but it'll be separate from this one. okay? I typically have 4 or 5 long memories open where I'm asking different questions. Okay, that was worth coming today. Here's the bad news. See the warning? If you do the free account, it's stealing all your knowledge. If you're giving your biggest company secrets, it will value that, and the competitors can search and find that. See how easy that is? So if all of you are in a company and one of you has the paid account, that's the only machine you do the secrets on. Do not ask all your big secrets, any of your big secrets, on a free, open internet tool. They all do this. So you're safe on a closed tool that doesn't use internet, and you're safe on a paid account. But be aware of this. You know, if you can't see how they're making money on you. Yeah, okay? So this is the other thing to install. This is Notebook LM. This is going to be your second best friend after prompting. If you notice here in the top left, you can add all the files you want. The Africa Trade Agreement, that's 1,500 pages. You could put this in there and you could give this 50 files. We will give you those files. In May and June, we're working with Peter, and I can even demo this today. And basically, here's all the files you need to do business, web, digital marketing, AI. Here's your files. Here's the government files for revenue taxes, things like that. Let's say you want to do the 3-year no taxes on a new business in Uganda. That would be July to July if you want 36 months. 3 years can be 24 months if you're not careful. Wouldn't it be nice? How do you ramp up your company and have good sales before the 36 months? Wouldn't that be nice? So those are the kind of knowledge to capture. And so we capture that in Notebook. You can still use internet for wide open prompting, but if you want to prompt your company brain, you put your company brain in this, and every employee knows all of the knowledge of the company. Very powerful. So this is one of your top 3 tools. Sure. Quickly.
So there are some free but closed tools.
Oh, yes. This is free and it's private because it's only your files on your machine. See, as soon as you go on wide open internet, as soon as you go to their cloud, they can grab your knowledge. See the difference? I can unplug from the internet and I can demonstrate this. It's only on my machine. It really doesn't have a way to steal that knowledge. So there's only 2 things that are safe. One is to have a paid account because then they guarantee it's private. The other one is to have a non-internet tool like this. But as soon as you use free on the internet, they still make money because they're watching you, they're capturing everything. Understand that Gemini is everywhere. Gemini is on your phone. You can uninstall it. And then if you do about anything, like turn on and make access to your pictures, make access to your movies, it turns back on. It wants to live. You'll probably have to uninstall it every month, okay? Yes. It's in your Chrome, it's in your Android. Google is, I can tell you how to compete with every company but Google. If you want to compete with any company out there, ask me during break. I'll be here in the room during break. I'm happy to answer all the questions in your AI and for your business. And I'll tell you how to compete with every single company out there but Google. Yeah. All but one's pretty good, right? Okay. This is the third category of tools. This is automation. When you go to Make.com, and you can do this on your phone, or better yet, on your laptop, you can chain 3,000 different apps together. Very useful, very powerful. We could talk about this a lot. And this is, 90% of you should be using the tools I just described. There is a more powerful tool for developers, but it has its own language, it has its own complexity, and so for most of you, 90% should be using Make. Here are the limits. Notice notice the free row. And in the free row there, sorry about this, my picture is slower than yours. So in the free row here, you can do 10 prompts a day of Gemini, and you can do 1 million a day of their non-pro. That's amazing. That's why you want to do this in AI Studio. So when you have Gemini and AI Studio, it's very unlimited. Now save your best Gemini Pro prompts for the most money, the most value. But Gemini Flash is still 95% as good in the benchmark scores, so that's still going to be quite useful. So notice how the numbers are for free. And similar for Notebook. You can do 100 different notebooks. We are going to give your church notebooks on business, on AI, on web, on digital marketing, things like that. And we will try to answer 1,000 of your most popular questions in it. Should you do vocational school or university? Who should pick which? How do you have, what 10 side businesses should you start? What 20 ways can you save money? Things like that. Very useful business things. Okay? And I've started many companies. I started 2 companies that IPO'd on the stock exchange. I started a 3rd company, sold to T-Mobile. So, I can talk about entrepreneur. And then when we get to technology, I don't know if any of you ever use Visual Studio, Microsoft. Okay, 90% of the world's software is written with that, so I was the director of that. So at Microsoft, I helped found the first ever, interactive dev environment. And then I led all the architects at companies like Dell and Intel, where everything but laptops, the software, hardware people reported to me. And I have 100 patents. So I'm happy to talk tech as much as you want. Notice here that the $8 a month tier for Google has twice the limits. And then the $20 a month is twice again. I do the $8 a month because I want privacy. I have a free account on my phone. I have another Gmail on my laptop. My wife on her laptop. See, I have many free accounts. So I really don't need the paid except for privacy. Okay? Good. So very important. So we've looked at the basics. Now we're going to see the overview on data and AI. This is why all the money. Notice that things like cars, people have only doubled. I would never invest in cars or people. My wife and I, we only invest in data. I also have 2 hedge funds. I only invest in data and franchising that will have lots of data. Your church should have at least 50 millionaires from franchising. That's another discussion, okay? But you should also have another 50 from data AI. You've got enough people, start building the models, we'll tell you how. So, notice the data has grown 200,000 times. There's more data this month than all the data before your lifetime. It's exploding. All those sensors, all those mobile phones. Every time one piece of data comes to your car dashboard, there's hundreds that are going between the sensors. That's a lot of value, a lot of data. The most valuable data is obviously the dashboard. All the ways to make money, that's why I say think of data as the dashboard to make money. And think of AI as the machine driving the dashboard, the machine using the dashboard. There is no AI without data. You need to own and control the data. We'll talk about that. You need to encrypt it. You need to patent it. You need to control the data. Right now, all that data is leaving. Every time you're on TikTok, it went to China. Social media went to America. If you do total petrol, it went to Europe. All that data is leaving your country. You have 2/3 of the world's minerals, twice as much as the rest of the world. You have 2/3 of the world's topsoil. And now, soon, you will have 2/3 of the world's data. And the world will try to steal it. And you will be farmers forever. You'll do all the work, and you'll get 1% of the money. That's what a farmer is. Yeah. That factory, like coffee roasting, will make more money in 15 minutes, 100 times more money, than that truckload of raw green coffee. Every cash crop is like that. Little Belgium. There's 1.4 billion Africans. Belgium makes more on chocolate. Germany makes more on coffee. Yeah, because they only import raw green product. They have taxes and tariffs to try to not get your factory goods. The factories need to be here. And they run tax-free for 3 years. And you'll make 100 times more money in 15 minutes. Yes, that's why we emphasize factory and AI. So, this is the big trend. This drives all the mega trend. There's nothing like it. Here's the biggest 30 companies 10 years ago. 9 of them are from Japan, now it's 0. Many of them are from Europe, now it's 1, and they're moving to America. What happened? Internet? They missed the internet. And now they're missing AI. Name one big AI investment in Europe. Name one. Name one in Japan. They're totally missing it. And they totally miss the internet. So this is quite painful. And the challenges here on the bottom row there, and this is still out of sync, so it's not helping me, sorry. The challenges here on the bottom row, and you want to just, you can just kill the screen if you want. It's, are that there's many challenges. They didn't invest, they didn't provide the energy, all these things that they didn't do. So they clearly, had problems. So here's the 30 biggest companies today, and now about 90%, I need to update this, about 90% are American because of 50% of the world's investment goes to America. America has corporation law, franchise law, hedge fund law. Africa doesn't have any of those. Why would I invest in a Uganda company and pay taxes every year? If I do that in America, I exit on the 5th year, I only pay taxes on the 5th year. There's no pass-through taxes. That's called a corporation. Corporation can print money, stock. Corporation has all these benefits. Mauritius has corporations, and we'll be happy to show you how to move there if you're doing $20,000 a year, and we'll tell you how to use their contracts and try to get those contracts here. But those are the 3 laws why America gets 50% of the world's investment. 5% of the people get over half the investment, and of that, in 2026, half of that will be spent on AI. 45% last year, 40% the year before. They're investing in AI, and I'll show you why. So these are all the reasons why investment, and so I've been talking about financial. I'm never political, but I am math and money, okay? So now at the bottom, number 10, 46% of the internet is English. Then German and Russian, Spanish and French, some other countries. Even countries that aren't really into AI or data, like China, they use English because the internet is only English. They don't have the GPUs, they don't have the lasers, they don't have so many things, and what little they do, they have to do it in English. So, Swahili is only 0.008. That is the major African language to train internet models. How can you have more content? And again, right now, if you want to do internet, you have to do it in English for all AI and models, because that's half of the data that trained all the models. Very important. So be generous and help lots of languages, but the sweet spot and the money is where was it trained? That's another reason I use Gemini. Again, Gemini and GPT are 90% of the market. Gemini did all the data. Think about it. They have all the data from Android, Chrome, Search, Maps, YouTube, and on and on and on. They've got more data than about everybody else. Than most others put combined. So, that link at the bottom, that's the White House plans for AI. Energy, nuclear. In 1800, after the factory age, there were 2 world wars. That was the first generation that had 100 times more wealth than their parents. And they behaved badly because of the big opportunity. And they wanted petrol. Now there's 100 times more wealth with AI. Some countries may behave badly. You know what 2 things they need? Uranium and lightweight metals for military. That's it. Every contract in the world right now, every big contract, whether the contract is with Congo, Iran, Ukraine, Antarctica, every contract is about uranium and lightweight metals. Because max out renewable, it's good for everybody. But right now, we need lots of energy for AI. And so that is uranium. It's 1,000,000 times more efficient, 1,000,000 times less acreage, 1,000,000 times less pollution than any other energy source out there. So, and most of it's in Congo and South Africa, okay? So now, after that background, we're looking at AI. Again, artificial intelligence is when the machine is driving the car, the factory, the robots, on and on and on. And there's machine language that was a very simple generation of this, and then there was deep learning, and we'll cover that. Inside of all AI is the 2017 generative AI algorithm. That made all AI 100 times better. So you need to be using current tools, current algorithms. They keep getting better. When you're investing, so the US got $20 trillion of investment in the first half of last year. 20 trillion with a T. That's how big the opportunity is for AI. Yeah. Again, my wife and I, we only invest in data companies that have lots of AI. And my hedge fund only invests in data companies and in franchises that are also data companies. That's it. So, this is pure, today is pure NGO. So Africa Church Aid. We help churches move to factoring AI. So, of the generative AI, there's only 11 that spend that $100 million to train big models with 10 trillion words. That takes a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of compute. And of those, there's only 3 great ones. Gemini's the best, GPT is second, and Claude is the best at coding and math and physics and very logical things. So here's a high level of how AI works. If you want to translate English to Swahili, you would first have to do English to numbers, because the model, shows a brain here, can only speak numbers. And then eventually you'll have to do numbers back to Swahili. So how do you solve this problem? How do you train it? This is the big high level of how generative AI and the previous generations worked. Machine learning generation, deep learning, and now generative AI. So there's 3 big spikes in the quality of AI. And notice here it's not just text. The 2017 algorithm opened up much more. It did things like, give me a video of Dr. Stephen on a surfboard in South Africa. And it could make a movie. And then I could say, what's this video about? And it would give me some text. It might not know who it is, but it would give me pretty good text about what the movie was about. Yeah. Right now, you can spend much money per prompt to say, write a movie for me. Write a novel for me. Amazon only lets you submit 3 books a day. AI makes book writing so easy that for any single author, you can only submit 3 books a day maximum. But fortunately, you've got 6 days a week, and fortunately, you can have multiple accounts. Okay. So this is how AI really works. And this is the FLAN algorithm, and we can talk about that during break if you want. So let's say you want to match their face using AI, facial recognition. And by the way, this is one of the popular things on TensorFlow Lite. If you've got a phone app like Flutter, you can put this on your phone. You can translate every language on your phone using TensorFlow Lite. Easy. Yeah. You know, do you want to speak Chinese, speak Swahili? What do you want to speak on your phone? TensorFlow Lite with Flutter. So basically, this is going to take the facial points and put it into the first layer here. It's going to say, here's where the nose, the ear, and it's going to be 3 dimensions. It's not just going to be X, Y, it's going to be distance too, okay? So all 3 distance, I have a certain point for my nose. And so that's the first layer. I have to encode that into numbers. And then the second layer is relationship. What's the relationship between the nose and the ear, the nose and the eye? The third layer is additional relationships between those relationships. Midpoints. And I'm going to keep doing these relationships, and then finally, I come to like the 12th or 13th layer and it doesn't change. I can't improve it. That is your face code. What is the number that represents your face? It's multiple layers. Now, early AI only had 1 layer, machine learning, and did lots of tricks with 1 layer. Deep learning came along later and it had multiple layers, and it needed much more compute power. It needed graphics processors. And now we have a new algorithm that improved it again. Those are the 3 big phases of AI. Once you've got a face code, you can go to things like an airport. And you can say, is this person a terrorist? Are they a criminal? And because their face code can quickly match to a database, that's an easy problem. You can hash that and you can solve that problem in 1 step. Yeah. So that's how it really works. And in our workbooks, you'll see we give more detail. So here's the three big generations at the bottom. There's the machine learning, deep learning, and then the generative AI generations. Yeah. And by the way, if you just want to kill that screen, it's never synced with me. So if you just want to turn that off, sorry. So what happened in 2017, if I wanted to translate English to Swahili, I've probably got to use about half the size of this room of computers and run them for 2 years. What happened in 2017, I just need like 1 meter of computers and run it for 2 days. Do you see the change? It was 1,000,000 times 1,000,000 to do inference and do all the major operations. Now those operations are just 1,000,000. Number one, it used to take n times n to do those operations. The Bible has 1,000,000 tokens, 800,000 words, but some words like can't are 2 tokens, cannot. And so the Bible has literally almost exactly 1,000,000 tokens. So if I want to do any operations on the Bible, it sure is a lot easier to do 1,000,000 steps instead of 1,000,000 times 1,000,000. See, so generative AI really changed everything. So it gives you 100 times less hardware, 100 times sooner. Language translations, 2 days. These are easy to do, especially once you built your common model in between. The third thing is this is now 99.99%. It's amazing quality. And so all this happened with the 2017 algorithm. If all of you were experts in math, generative AI is better. If all of you were the best PhDs in physics or medicine or anything else, AI blows away a room full of experts. Easy. Yeah. And number 4 here is it now works not just for text, but anything that sensors can detect. So now it's many, many dimensions that they can detect. And the fifth thing is that right now, in addition to all this improvement with the algorithm, hardware in 5 years has gotten 500 times faster. The best chip, and I got to play with one of these at my house, the Blackwell chip from NVIDIA, 20,000 trillion operations per second. The improvement comes in a couple of months, and it'll be 2.5 times better. Yeah. So violent countries, they can buy 20,000 chips, or free countries can buy 1 chip. Wouldn't that be nice? So this is restricted because it is so useful and so valuable. If you notice there's the timeline of AI. You know, machine learning, 1 layer, deep learning, many layers, and then generative AI that now does things in 1,000,000 steps instead of 1,000,000 times 1,000,000. Since 2017, that brain of numbers has doubled every 6 months. AI is twice as intelligent every 6 months since 2017. Since 2017, AI is 128,000 times smarter than when it was in 2017. Right now, AI can't do plumbing. If you're working with pipes, you need finger dexterity, and that's a hard problem. It's probably going to be about 5 or 10 years before a robot can do that. But when you keep doubling, the question isn't if it can do it, but when can it do it, okay? Yeah. So what are the benefits of using AI and now this improved generative AI? These are in numbered order. Number 1 is automation. Yeah. All of your tasks, all the things that take you time need to be automated. Like this month, automate them. The second, and especially with Make, anyone can use Make. A developer can use N8N, but anyone can use Make. The second thing here is dashboards and smart decisions. I get to coach lots of companies in US and here. And I'm also coaching at many job incubators, universities, and such. So last week, somebody was telling me about his AI for hospitals. And I said, tell me about your dashboards. He says, we don't have any dashboards. Tell me about your reports. He says, we don't have those either. I said, well, what do you do? He says, oh, we just move things. We just do flow. We do flow of products, flows of money. And it's like, so how do people decide what's the best money savings? What's the best for the patient? What's the best? How do they do research? There's no dashboard. There's no capture of knowledge. See the value? Imagine if all your decisions, you could optimize that. So I have a friend, I meet with 6 AI companies every Tuesday, and by 8 o'clock, he has 6,000 realtor investments using his models. When they get, every morning, they get the hit list of the top 10 investments where their money should go. They tell their profile, they tell their personality, and this hit list is for them. Do they only want to invest in inner city? Do they only want to invest for social justice? How do they invest? And how much money do they have? And questions like that. So he takes that profile and he makes the perfect dating match. And he sorts it and says, these are the top 10 that he recommends. His customers love this. They used to only be able to do 1 or 2 a week. Now they can see 10 that day. And in one click, there's the contract. Or they can adjust. In one click, they move their money. See how easy this is? So smart decisions. This is huge. The third main thing is the customer database to run your pipeline of customers, which is qualified candidates, and then closing the sale. When you use AI and a customer database, you should triple your close rate of sales. That's what Starbucks coffee does. They added AI, they now get 3 times as much money per customer. And then you get lifetime earnings. Those should be 5 times more. See how important it is to have a customer database, a sales pipeline? Your AI is the brain of your company. The customer database is the heart of your company. You need those 2 things, or else your competitor will have a huge advantage. Nobody talks to a customer unless they put something into the customer database. You should know all the things it takes to close the sale. What are their biggest problems? When do they have money? If you know that, you can close the sale. And so the fourth one here is all of your content. You are no longer an author. Don't think like an author. AI will be your researcher, it'll be your author. You're now just an editor and a director. That's it. And it should speed up all your development. How can you get products out there quick so the customer funds your startup? Don't build the perfect version 10 in a year. Build every month products the customer will buy so that their money pays. They might be a little bit ugly. This is called minimum viable product. Viable because the customer pays, minimum because you got it out there when it's still a little bit ugly, okay? And many, many other advantages, including number 8, do the work of 10 people, okay? So these are why you do generative AI. Notice in red here that no medical, no pharmacy, no medicine was created by AI back in 2022. Now 30% is. No software, no websites were using AI. Actually about 5%. Now it's 70, 80%, and on and on. In just 4 years, all of this productivity with content. So content is a very important. There's 11 big AI companies. These are the large language models. If you notice, so these 11, these are the ones that spend $100 million to build the model. And they use at least 10 trillion words, tokens, to train it. So there aren't going to be too many more because these are just so big. That said, you need to build models, and especially task-specific models like for prompting and key things like that. So these are the big 11, and some of them don't even have data. They've got to buy their data. There's many things that some of these are lacking. The ones in cloud in the inner circle have the biggest advantage. They're making money, so Google's making money using AI on their maps, their search, their ads, on many other things. They're going to make 70 billion more this year because of their AI. So the ones in the inner circle have quite an advantage because they can sell products today. The others, when they improve AI, they have to say, come try a new product. They have to create a market, create an audience, find a customer. But the ones that already have customers, that are just putting AI into their product, they're going to make a lot more money. So there are 11, but the ones in the inner circle have a much bigger advantage making money. Okay, these two slides are very important. How do you prompt? And you're going to be surprised. So if you prompt, here's first with a bad prompt. Create a lesson on DNA for university students. That looks like it's a good prompt. But there's a lot of noise in the AI model that's built. How do you find the sweet spot? To do that, you have to say things like, you AI are an expert in, an expert professor in biology, an expert in DNA. You've literally got to set the role of the AI. Then you've got to set the audience. A good, healthy audience are first-year university students. If you do graduate level university students, the answer might be too complex for you. So you want the right terminology at an entrance level. So that might be what I do, is say, give me the lesson plan for first-year university students. And a good prompt is when you do the goal. You want a lesson plan. You do the role. You're an expert in something. You do the audience. First-year university is a sweet spot. Do you want it to be more complex or do you want it to be simpler? That's a nice sweet spot to start with, okay? And then you do fact check. Notice it says, double check the accuracy. Ensure you're not guessing. See, when AI knows the first step and the fifth step, they're going to guess the second, third, and fourth step. Maybe they don't have the data. Maybe the data is not consistent, but they're still going to help you by guessing. So you have to tell AI, don't guess. Yeah, don't hallucinate. Very important. So, and then the last thing is the style. Do you want this in the form of a table? Do you want it to be in JSON format so the coders can use it? What format do you need? Yeah. So that was a good prompt. What would be a great prompt? I mean, that looks pretty good. What would be a great prompt? So here's the one to take a picture. Only AI should prompt AI. Okay? Does that make sense? Seriously, take a picture, share it with your friends. All of my prompts, here's how I do it. I say, you're an expert in prompting. You're an expert in April 2026 internet, you're current. Fix my prompt, tell me why yours is better, and show the results. If I leave out the results, it's worthless. I want to learn, so tell me how yours is better. When you start doing this, you'll be very happy. When you see the prompts it creates. So here's the challenge out there. So let me tell you why this is the way you need to prompt from now on. AI is really a 4,000 dimension space. This room is 3-dimension. I can say this pen is located right here in this location of height, width, depth. There's only one location in the room where this pen is. But this AI is 4,000 dimensions. Happy versus sad. If you ask questions that are happy, you get 10 times better results. Structured versus chaos, okay? I mean, chaos like spaghetti. There's no order to spaghetti. No, there's no order to noodles. When you go from unstructured to structured, another 10 times better. How do you stay in the sweet spot of all the value, all the money? Well, you could become an expert in 4,000 dimensions, or you could just ask AI. See how that works? You're going to learn by seeing AI's improvements to yours, and you're going to find this sweet spot because you're out there in this n-dimensional space, and you're over here with a fraction of the correct answers. And if you do the graphs tips like the last slide, you're 100 times better. When you do AI write your prompt, you're 1,000,000 times better. So the last 2 slides, definitely worth coming today, okay? You need one other tip for AI prompting. Not only does AI write your prompt, but AI is going to improve on you and the graphs prompt that you create, remember? So here's the big tip. You need a bigger imagination. You know what limits AI? Your imagination. If I want to grow a company 100 times in 3 years, let's say it's house cleaning here in Camp Holly. I have a house cleaning business. I want to grow it 100 times bigger. How would I do that? What prompt would I ask? Start thinking, if I had more time, I would do this as an exercise. What would be the prompt you'd create? Ready for this? Your imagination needs to be about 100 times bigger. Your prompts need to totally be different. Ready? Here's the first prompt. Hey AI, detail a house cleaning service where the customers live 11 years longer. Yeah, you're going to get a very different business. When you can tell the customer how much you're saving their life, their health, their diseases, their falling down, their security, their metals, their door locks. Yeah, they're going to live 11 years longer. You want to know how to do this? Ask AI. Second prompt. How can you find all the customers who have money, not time? I go over here to Lagogo Mall, and I see the really nice cars in the evening. And I'm going to put my house cleaning ad in those cars. They have nice cars because they have money. They're shopping in the evening because they don't have time. How can AI help me do similar? I want to find all those customers. Isn't it a nice prompt when I said, find all the customers? See, that's a bigger mindset. That's a bigger imagination. The third prompt, what other services do those people need? They've got lots of money. They don't have time. Can I clean their carpet, their laundry, their car, their dog? And what's the right order? And how much money is each one worth? What should I do next? See how that works? Yeah, you just change your business. That's why you have to have the skill. The next one, how do I franchise this and have my house cleaning in every large city in Africa? How do I legally franchise? So we're focused on AI first and franchise second. Our NGO wants to help you. You want to start a franchise? Do you need contracts? We'll get you those. Do you need a free website? Do you need training? Soon we'll be able to get you a mobile app. If you're a restaurant, if you're doing field services like house cleaning and going to people's houses like plumbing, we'll get you an app for that. Yeah, we're talking about a very big company. You need two things. You want a franchise? Number one, have a great business that's different. What do you do that no one else does? Second of all, have a child store that wants to be just like you. Franchising is amazing. When you shop at a place like KFC or Starbucks, 20% of all gross money goes back to the parent company. They're making so much money off the brand. They're getting global advertising. They only have to focus on sales in one store. They don't have marketing or support or training. They're just focused on making money. And they're an owner of the store. It's a win-win. Every one of those stores is probably making $1 million per store. Every Total Petrol and the rest of them. And they own it. They can leave it for their kids in inheritance. They can buy two, sell one. It's a property. They can own it. Franchise is amazing. You know the best benefit of franchising? It's worth 27 times more than sales. If you have a brand new franchise in house cleaning and you're doing $1 million a year in sales, your company is worth $27 million to an investor. It has a 27 times revenue multiple. AI only has a 20. If you're doing clothing and you have a clothing company, your multiple is 2. Yeah, kind of nice to have a 27x multiple. So once you have a franchise, the next question, how do you do a mobile app to double the sales again? How do you get data to double the sales again? These are imagination. This is good prompting, okay? If you really want more in prompting, number one, this is the index to all prompt training. What does GPT say about prompting? What does Claude say? How do you maximize the structure and model of Gemini? Number one is going to include that. Number 2 and 3 are the biggest PDFs out there. Do you like to read things offline? Do you want all these different tips on prompting from one consistent story? The last 2 there are category specific. Are you getting ready for an interview? What are the best prompts you can learn from for getting ready for an interview? Yeah, so many major categories, 100 categories, and those last 2 are useful. Pretty nice. And so when we put the camera up there, take a picture. Okay. Okay. So I've got 100 more slides, but eventually I'm going to get to this slide. This is going to be my last slide, but I'm showing it to you early. You should learn from this training how to do great prompts and how to have AI write your prompt. You also need to know what to put on your phone and what to put on your laptop. And on your laptop, you need AI Studio, so you can do 1 million prompts a day, and you need Notebook LM to generate all of your content and do all of your research. And then you need to be using Make to do your automation. It's the easy one. Now, number 4, and then later we're going to cover developer specific. Okay, this is not the developer, this is for the 90% of you. So that was the first agenda, the overview. Now we're going to look at tools, the second agenda. These are the media tools, and then it's the 3 tools you must know, or literally you should be fired, okay? So the first tool are the media tools, and the second one, and by the way, we're very generous. Once your startup is solid and doing great, once you have competitive advantage, hire the disabled, hire hire the blind, hire women, youth, okay? But get your company on solid ground first, and then be generous. If you do that in the wrong order, you shut down. So I'm describing getting your company solid, and then I'm more than happy to talk about being generous, and that's why I'm here. Yeah, you'll be more generous when your company stays open. Okay, so we're going to look at the media companies first. Again, we've looked at 200 tools. These are the best. So if you just want voice, Whisperflow. Google now has a brand new product in this space, so I'm going to be changing this in the next week. There's 2 now. There's Google's and there's this. And Google is going to be much more generous with a lot more minutes. So this one only gives you 2,000 words a week, so you need to have 2 or 3 instances of it. 2 or 3 Gmails. With 2 or 3 Gmails, 2 or 3 instances, and use it a lot. So here's an example. If I like to walk, I can just walk along and I can just record. 5 minutes of talking is 20 minutes of typing. Pretty nice. And if I say things like, I need to schedule the Tuesday meeting. Oh no, I meant Wednesday. It actually types in Wednesday. It doesn't even tell me my error. So it's actually correct as I'm talking. It auto-corrects as I talk. It also adds perfect punctuation. And then when I'm done, when I get back to the house after walking, I can pull it up and I can say this paragraph needs to sound more professional. This paragraph needs to be a bullet list. This paragraph needs combined with that paragraph. See how it works? Isn't that nice? Yeah, very nice. So a great place to start. What's the warning about free? It's stealing your knowledge, okay? Yeah, I'm going to have the red letters there every time, but again, you're going to internet and it's free. If you have 1 copy that's private, if it's worth enough of your time and money, get a private license, $20 a month. But everything I'm showing you here, almost everything starts with free. So here's the next one. If you want to take recordings of your Zoom, Google Meeting, Microsoft Teams, this can record that. 90% of you should be using Fathom. 90%. It's amazing. You won't even think notes. You will take the meeting, you'll have this, and then afterwards you'll look at your notes and say, yep, that's good. It will capture all the decisions, and it will capture all of the action items that you need to do, your to-dos. Yeah. Now, at the very bottom in blue, all those meeting minutes, they're only useful now if they actually lead to emails, if they lead to follow-up. And so all those to-dos, when you use Make, you just send them out as to-dos in email. Isn't that nice? So when you combine your Fathom with your Make tool, it can work with Gmail, Calendar, anything else. The other thing on the very bottom line is meeting notes and all those decisions are only useful if you can find them later. That's going to be your Notebook LM tool. So what we talked about earlier, Make and Notebook LM will make this even better. So why the first tool? And the first tool is not free. The first tool is secret. You can record and no one knows. So it's actually operating at a different layer and it's recording the minutes. And if somebody, you don't have to, anyway, it's doing the recording. I put that up there because this is the future. Very soon, when you're negotiating a contract in a Zoom, you're going to have an app like this that's secret.
And they're going to have a second window. And it's going to say things like, when I'm doing the contract, they were very nervous about the control section. Do they have a secret? Are they controlling something I don't realize? They weren't nervous enough about the money section. Could I have asked for more money? See how that works? You will have live biofeedback in your negotiation. Yeah. So, and you won't know that that app is running. Okay? Now, ethically, you want to give permission and things like that, but I'm preparing you. This is going to be the norm. Yeah. Yeah, people will be, all negotiations on you going forward, if it's over something like Zoom, they will know all of the biomarkers they can get, and they will adjust their partnering accordingly. Yes. So here's the third one. Like all multimedia, Google is amazing. So 90% of you should be using that Banana Pro. I don't know why they didn't call it, Picture Maker or something like that, but somebody liked bananas. And you find all these Google tools under Google Gemini Tools down in the lower right. That's where you find their video, audio, all their tools. And their amazing deep research. These are all great, great tools. So 90% of you, there is a free tier, pretty nice. 10% of you should do the top tool. If you're a developer, if you're good at math, if you don't mind learning another language, it's almost like learning a language to use that. But Midjourney is amazing. If you're doing wedding photography and you need paid for very high quality pictures, you have to do the top one. It's even better. If you want to make a movie, you do with these two tools, you take text to pictures with these tools, pictures to movie, and that's the next slide. Now you can make movies from your pictures. So here's a text. Anyway, I'll show the next one. So this Midjourney product, if you want to do wedding photography, sometimes you're taking pictures that are too bright. It's high noon. It's too dark. Now you can say, take all my pictures and make it the golden hour right before sunset. I have the same lighting, perfect lighting in all the pictures. That's one setting. I want the men to have more hair. I want the ladies to look younger, okay? That could be your brand for wedding pictures. She looks younger, he has more hair, fill in the blank. What else you need? Yeah, Midjourney is amazing. Your customers are gonna love this. And maybe the pictures even look like the people, who knows? Okay, so now we're looking at the video products. Notice that, notice that Google VO is 100% of you should be using this, okay? 100%. Yeah. There is no competitor. There was a competitor, they shut down. The second best product that was run by GPT shut down. That's quite the compliment when the number 2 product in the world says, we're not good enough. Yeah. They don't have any plans for entering this space again. That's how good Google VO is. Make your movies with Google VO. Do you have a company that needs to make a little 3-minute B-roll of your company, describing this conference, whatever you want to build? This is what you need. And if you want to start with a picture from the last slide, and then take those pictures into here, I could take 4 pictures of a baby, and I could say, I don't care if the baby's 1 day old, and now create a dance video of the baby. See? Yeah, as long as I got 4 distinct pictures, I could probably get by with 4, that's about the minimum. As long as I have 4 different facial expressions, and then make a dance video. And that baby can dance for 10 minutes if I want, okay? It's so easy. And the red part at the top, any other product, you get the video only. Imagine you've got a video movie, and then later you want to put in closed caption. When did the mouth start moving? When does it stop moving? When you put the words in? What language you use? When does the background music start? The day I got married was the greatest day of my life. When she showed up at the door, I want the music to start. I want the music to crescend when she's here at the front. I want to be super sweet. We want our wedding to be 100 times more thoughtful and sweet and 100 times cheaper, okay? Everything's that way. Our funerals, our anniversaries, everything. $50. As long as it's super sweet, super, gracious to everyone. So, but doing that background music, you try to do that after you have the video, it's painful. This automatically does it for you. It gets it right like 95%. You might have to just do a minor adjustment. So you create audio, text, all those things syncing with your video, and at most you're going to have a few seconds of adjustment. Not bad. Amazing product. If you don't think your company needs video, play with this a little bit. Somebody in your company needs to be playing with this. Yeah. You need a video on your homepage. What's your story? What's the heart of your company? Are you an NGO? Are you like a CBO and the company I just heard about? Yeah. Tell your story on your first page. And this can make that. So we've looked at the media companies. Now we're going to look at the important three. These are the three you have to know. Let's start with automation. But first, here's all three. Okay. So, anyone in your company that doesn't know these three categories of AI tools, give them a month and fire them. Sorry. Okay? So, seriously, they need to know all three tools, all three categories. Now, some people need a little more training, some people need a little more time. You warn them and warn them. This would be like a farmer saying, I prefer using my hoe over having the tractor do the work of 1,000. Okay? This is how disruptive this is. Know these three categories, know these tools that are the best, and warn people. Now, once your company is very productive, very profitable, hire the disadvantaged. Yeah, in fact, here's the 4 things we measure in a company. Eternal is first, seek first the kingdom. Business, economic, are you lifting the whole staff, the customers, the village? Economic is second. Social is third. Once you're successful, and the order is very important, get on solid ground, have a great company, then social. And the 4th one is environment. We still have to be good stewards of God's creation. Yes, that one's temporary, the others are eternal, but even that one is great preparation for heaven. Also, whenever I poison that lake, whenever I pull all the nutrients out of that soil, I'm stealing from my children. So even environment is important. So you need to learn these tools and get to have a great company. The second point here is if your company has an AI developer that's writing tools for everybody to do the work of 10 people, stay in that company. Your company needs one AI developer to automate everybody's jobs. And that AI developer, we will help them. Here's AI automations. Here's an agent library. How can you be the kingmaker by knowing enough AI development to help a company? Maybe to help 10 companies. The good news is AI developers are very valuable so that everyone else around them can do the work of 10. The bad news, you only need one AI developer. Yeah. In fact, if you're an ICT major, you know what you're going to hear the most? You need a minor in business. I've done development and AI development for decades. It used to be you could just push pizza under the door and your developers could be on the other side. They didn't need to speak to anybody. And they made more money than the president, and so they got paid very well by just coding. But now AI can do all of that. If you're an AI developer and you're just coding, nobody needs you. But if you can speak business, you can actually talk to the people and help them do the work of 10. You can also start your own business. Isn't that nice? So if you're an ICT major, strongly consider a business minor. You could even specialize and say, here's a medical minor, here's finance minor, or legal minor. If you learn something like that on the side, you will do very, very well. But if you're a pure ICT, if you're a pure writer, if all you do is write, AI can do that. You can be a writer, get a business degree. Yeah. Have a second skill, because if you're pure content generation, like coding and writing, AI can do that. You need soft skills like speaking to business or starting your own business. If you're a writer, a great writer, and you have a business degree, start writing, you'll make lots of money. Do you want to write grants? Do you want to write web content? Email campaigns? What do you want to do? That person isn't just a writer, they speak business, they speak money. okay? I love writing, I love coding, but I can't just do those things anymore. I can't just play. I've got to speak value and money and have a minor, not just my major, okay? That was worth coming today. So, if you have an AI developer in your company, stay there. If your company has data, let's say they have a mobile app and they're collecting a lot of data. This collects 1,000 more data than a website. A website basically begs, will you give me your email? I'll let you have a download. And then I'm going to email campaign you. I know one thing about you, your email. This knows who you are, where you are, when, and it's going to get permission to access everything on your phone. Every terms and condition is, I own you, okay? Why do the terms and conditions keep getting updated every couple months? So they can own more data. Yeah, the data is the goal. They're after the data. And so this gets 1,000 times more data than a website. If your company has a mobile app, if they're collecting a lot of data, and if they're not collecting a lot of data, get a different accountant, get a different lawyer. Yeah, you should be collecting a lot of data off each phone. And when you're collecting that data, that is AI, it's money. You can't do AI without the dashboard, without the data. So when should you change companies? If your company is not valuing you doing the work of 10 people, change companies. If they have no hope of bringing in an AI developer, if they have no ambition to have data, see the difference? You know, in 1900, the smartest kids moved to where the factories were. Now, the smartest kids are moving to the cities that have data. Is this a big company like Amazon, Google? You know, who's really collecting a bunch of data? Move to that city, get into that company. That's what the smartest kids are doing. And so, does your company have that ambition to get data? Don't quit your job until you have a better job. But what I'm saying is, keep looking for a job if you don't have an AI developer, if you don't have data. Otherwise, you're like the farmer with a hoe, not looking to work on a tractor. It's that big. Africa has the most data. You have you have 2/3 of the world's minerals, 2/3 of the topsoil. You will soon have 9.7 billion people. That's what the UN says by 2050. Yeah. You have the most phones. You have the most mobile pay. A shilling on this phone in Africa visits 50 people a year. Do you know in the government's hand it visits 2 people a year? Yeah. You want the economy to slow down? Take the money off of phones and put it in government. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing like it in the world. You guys have so much data. So the world has to come steal your data. Yeah. How do you encrypt it, control it, and you build the models? Okay. When you have the most people, the most everything, they're coming for your data. Yeah. And so this church should have 50 huge data companies with huge models used by thousands. I'm already coaching data companies. One company has 10,000 tailors. Another company's model is used by 6,000 poultry farmers and 1,000 veterinarians, and on and on and on. And we'll talk about how to build models later. So, automation. Again, Make is what 90% of you should use. It's easy, it's graphical, it has built-in templates that you just change a little bit. When I want my Zoom meeting notes to talk to my calendar and to my Gmail, that's already a template. I just need to change it and it works. Yeah. My brother-in-law could do this, okay? My brother-in-law could do this. It's easy. And then Google automation, 50% of you should be using this. That means you should be using both. You should be using Google automation for all things Google. Google has so many apps. If you're staying in the closed Google system between their docs and their maps and search and Gmail, etc., for all things Google, use Google automation. And then as soon as you need non-Google, use Make. In 8N, only 5% of you should probably use this because it's like learning a language. You want your company to have a huge advantage? Use N8N. Yeah. For customization, for the lowest cost, you can actually squeeze this and make it 1/10 the price of anybody else. You can write customization that's really interesting. So we'll be happy to help you with automations and follow up in the May, June timeframe. I mean, only a month away. And how can your company have these automations? Again, we're not going to email 1,000 of you, but we are going to email your leaders and then hope that they share with you. Everything we do as a nonprofit, we want to find generous Christians. So I'm sure your leaders will know who those are, and they'll be happy to help you. So those are the 3 tools. If I compare them, you notice that Make is green. It's really a great solution for many things. Red is you have to be careful not to spend money. Yellow is it only works for certain people. Yellow's not bad. Yellow just means it's for developers. Or yellow means it's only for Google users. So that's what the 3 colors mean in all my slides. Green is good, red is bad, like expensive or insecure, and yellow is read carefully because it's not for everybody. So here's some of the examples. I have many, many more. And when you get the workbook, this is just the PowerPoint slides. In the workbook, you'll see much, much more. Our workbooks, not only are they useful for you to read, but that's what we put in Notebook LM. That's what you can use to answer all your questions. So we're almost done with this section, and then they'll have a break. So the research tools. This is Perplexity for replacing Google search. You should not start with Google search. All you get back are links. If you get this, you will get back answers. And only Google tools and Perplexity are current internet. Everything else, the model could be a year old. That's a major problem. Notebook LM is really going to be your second favorite tool after prompting. You can give this 50 files of any category, such as business. This is what we will do. The first thing you'll see from us in May, and I can demo it today, is a bunch of files to answer all your questions. All of your business questions, all of your farming questions, one notebook each. And so it's not just the files and PDFs we give you, but also the government links. You link to their PDF, like the 1,500-page Africa Trade Agreement. Very useful tool. So this should be your first tool, and I think you will really enjoy doing this. The way it works, number one, is you upload your sources. You can supply this 50 files, and you can create 100 of these notebooks. We're going to give you the first 10 for things like AI, web, digital marketing, things like that. So 50 files, what if you need more? You go into Notebook and you say, compress these 10 files into one. The 50 file limit doesn't matter. Yeah, your prompt is literally summarize, compress these 10 files into one. Now, if you do that, make sure it's 10 that are all related. So if these files are about product services in Kampala, then all those files can be grouped together. Because once you have these, you're still going to use a check mark there, number 2. You've got your 50 file max, and you can turn things on and off. If I'm going to be prompting about just Kampala, I'm going to turn off the other things. If I'm going to prompt about just business, I'm going to turn off the other things. But to have 50 that are related that I can prompt. Number 3 is where I prompt. How am I going to prompt? I'm going to always have AI write the prompt. So I'm going to have a little side folder like Notebook or something like that. And I'm going to put the start of my prompt, and then I'm going to put my prompt in there. And so my prompts are very, very good because of this. This is kind of nice, but it does much more. Number 4, I can have this generate my PowerPoint. When I've got all this stuff in there, I can do things like, I can go into my PowerPoint and say, give me 10 slides how to maximize the 3 years of no taxes of a new business in Uganda. Wouldn't that be nice? Now, if I've already got the information in my PDFs, such as start in July, such as be very, very profitable before you don't want 3 years of no taxes if you don't have any income. So get it healthy, time it for July, and get 36 months. See? How do you explain that? How do you know trade agreement? When you have the bill of origin, Wouldn't that be nice? So those are the kind of things, and put that into a PowerPoint. When you go into the PowerPoint, you get to click on the pencil and say exactly what you want. Make this for this audience, graphs. Make the PowerPoint according to this style. And then you go back in, you can change any slide. Now, if you download it, it's dumb. But while it's in this tool, which you'll keep it in the tool and download if you want, but if you keep it in the tool, you can click on it and say, turn this slide into 2 columns. Give me 5 more reasons for this slide. Argue the good and the bad about this slide. Isn't that nice? You can fix every single slide, just 1 slide at a time. This is super productive. This is the tool that will generate your web pages going forward. This will generate your email campaigns and all your content. This is going to be your authoring tool. And it's grounded in truth. Wide open internet, you're risking copyright. You're also going to get guesses and hallucination. This is grounded in exactly what you want. You know what I could do? I could give this a 1,000,000 token thing called the Bible. And then I could ask Notebook, give me a summary of Old Testament prayers. Give me a summary of New Testament prayers. Compare them. How should my prayer style learn and change from the New Testament style of prayers? Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Yeah. And I could do that with Gemini too. I could do the same thing with Gemini. So these are the notebooks we're planning on doing. I've got 3 more slides, then a break, sorry. So expect these notebooks. Bible notebook. Evidences. In fact, I'll demonstrate this in a few minutes if you want. Give me 15 evidences for the resurrection. Give me that many for the unique Bible. Give me that many for on and on. Yeah, pretty nice. And business, AI-specific business, AI development, farming, web, digital marketing. We're doing some others that aren't there yet. So basically, we give these to Notebook LM. The next 2 slides are very important. You know how we build models? This is how we build models. I mean, we're going to get to this next slide, but let me start with this slide. We build models by first building the dashboard. We don't build the car engine. We don't build the petrol fuel. We just build the dashboard. What does the customer really want? You want something useful? We give you these notebooks on your phone to answer an entire category with 50 books to back it up. You're going to love this. So you still have open internet, and you get wild answers, and you can do this, because this is really the brain of your company. Only your company documents would feed this, but we're going to give you several. So if you see in the blue there, we'll feed it with PDFs and spreadsheets, and it will answer all your business questions. That's a great start. I said that in 2017, the improved AI algorithm was 100 times better. They didn't just improve the algorithm, they improved the business process. What they changed in 2017 is they start with the product and the dashboard. If the customer won't pay you for the product, why build a model? All things start with number 1, build the product. Who builds this? The business. The business team builds the product. Then you go find the data and build the model. Notice the order here. This is huge. So get all that feedback. Okay, I am 1 slide ahead of you. There, okay. Get all that feedback from the customer. So the number 1 step is done by the business. What's the customer willing to pay for? How much are they willing to pay? How valuable is this data? How can you control it? All that's in number 1 by the business team. And then you go get the ICT team to do step 2 and 3. Where do you find data? Sensors. So earlier today, somebody mentioned Dinesh that spoke Acholi. We work with another Dinesh that speaks Acholi. We gave him a weather station, just like 7 other incubators. We gave him soil sensors. We gave him robotics. He's just collecting data. Isn't that nice? And in fact, if you go to ambientweather.net, you can look at Africa weather for the last 20 years. And if you actually get an ambient weather station for $120, you can start collecting your own data and look at everybody else's if they want to share it. That's a lot of useful data. What's the yield? What's the soil? What's missing? That's just a few sensors. So you want data? Sensors. Number 2, mobile, and then data.gov. If you're ICT, this is 133,000 data sources with already pre-indexed, already ready for AI. Wow. Now, I've met with your Uganda leaders. I literally meet with your ministers of education, finance, ICT, and others. And they're hoping to give you data in the future. They haven't done it yet, okay? The cameras are on, I'll be careful, okay? So I'm meeting with them for the 4th time. And in the future, they will give you data. They really do want to give you data. They've got good hearts. So until then, as soon as they give you data, let me know and I'll tell all the other Uganda churches. But until then, data.gov is there now to get data. And ambientweather.net. Ambientweather.com is the products they sell, and you can get them on Alibaba and Jumia. .net is the actual data, the network of all weather data. So get that data and partner data, things like that. But notice at the bottom here, the 2017 algorithm is better and the process is better because now the business team starts with just the product. It does step 1. What does the customer really want? The dashboard. Do not build the car, do not build the engine until the customer likes the dashboard. See how that works? Yeah. So the old process in red, only 10% of machine language projects made money. Because 90% of them, they would take the data and the model, and the ICT team would build a toy that nobody wanted. Imagine a car, and you find out there's no dashboard that's going to help it. See why the order is important here? And so when only 10% were successful, AI had a bad name until the new algorithm and the new process, okay? There's no focus. There is so much data out there growing at 200,000x. That is so much noise. How do you focus on where the money and the value is? This is very, very important. So this is probably a good time to take a break. And I'm told here the countdown timer. What's next on the agenda? Okay. He's coming up calmly. Good. Thank you. And we've got much more.
That hand clap can be better. Are we enjoying the conference so far? Are we learning something so far? Because we can come and they talk about learning what, and you're like, don't be scared. These things are for us to learn. I'm going to request our guest pastors and location pastors in the room to just move out right now to the speaker's lounge that is prepared for you, and the rest of us, we're going for a break, 30-minute break, and we'll come back. Team is here for us.
So, I stay in the room and answer questions. So,
okay.
Yeah.
He's going to be in the room answering questions, if you have questions so far, but we have a 30-minute window. It's not going to be as packed with slides and all those things, but I'm going to request guest pastors. Chemtai, let's follow Chemtai here, who is going to lead us to where we're supposed to go, and location pastors in the room. Dr. Steve, Pastor D. I can see all of you from where I'm standing like this. I expected people's hands to be up after all that English. What? Huh? Maybe it's the English that is causing the problem. I like it so much. Okay. Reflections. I'm taking 2 reflections from what we've heard so far. What are you hearing? There is a hand at the back. Please come closer so that we are able to hear from you. I need another person with a reflection. There is a lady here with her hand up. Please come closer if you don't mind. You can tell us your name and what you do, and then you give us your reflection, please.
Hi everyone,
Hi.
I'm Maria Vanessa and I do business communications from Novi Creatives. My highlight is that AI is here to stay, and the better we adopt, the earlier we adopt, the better for our businesses. Now, my work is, let me say 80% of AI. Right now, I've incorporated AI, 80% of everything that I do, the graphics, the photography and everything. I try as much as I can to incorporate, to make it easy. So what he was talking about, I was just noting that different tools, because I will speak for myself. I find ChatGPT easy for most of the things, but learning other tools that are available, it makes it easier. Thank you.
Good. She has already gotten tools that she's going to be using. He has a reflection.
Hello. My name is Kawesa Hudson. I'm a student at Isbat University. Software engineering, that's what I'm doing. So my reflection is that I think we have not put in much effort, governments all over, because actually I was interested in energy, but it's very hard to get like real information. You just get you get information like 2000. There is no updates. There are no updates. You just get information of 2012. And most of the people who are giving you the information are not even African governments. They're like Chinese, Japanese companies that just came, maybe, let me say Honda, it came to do a project, then it collected data and maybe put it on the web. So it's very hard to get actually data here in Africa, even on internet. So I believe there is a big opportunity there. Yeah, in cloud networks and data centers.
A data gap. Yeah. People have already started identifying gaps that they are going to go and fill. You see that we have, I feel like, can I take 2 more reflections? Just to hear the room, because 2 might feel like I'm not giving you guys a chance to tell me what you're hearing. I got someone from the extreme back and the extreme back, but the people who are seated at the front, what are you hearing? Yeah.
Thank you. Pastor Noah Nisima, Zona Pastor. My line of work is in government, especially information systems for human resource. My take from the first session is on how important prompting is. You prompt, we take it for granted, but the depth of your prompt will determine what the quality and depth of your responses. So we need to really take serious how we prompt these AI tools. They are there, but how we use them heavily depends on how you prompt, how you package your prompts. Thank you.
Prompt engineering. So how do you prompt your AI? Are you just telling it, good morning, how are you? Or you're feeding it the right information to give you the right result? One last reflection from him, and I will ask a question and we'll get into the next session.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Byron. I am from Gulu. I pray at Watoto Church, Gulu. So I'm not sure if anyone has mentioned this, but I've just realized how much data we have and how valuable the data is. Okay, how much data we have and how valuable it is if we decide to monetize the data, yeah? But then also, I've just realized how much data we are giving away. For example, the social media platforms, okay, the TikTok, the Instagram, even WhatsApp, yeah? And we need to protect the data, or we need to use the data in-house. And by in-house, I mean in Africa, in Uganda. Okay, and that is what I have picked so far. Yeah,
Wow.
thank you.
The data is here. You see the difference in the English, guys. Eh? Don't judge me. Don't judge me. The data we have to use it. Who of us here received a call about the AI conference? Who received a call about, put up your hands comfortably. You didn't receive a call, or you didn't pick up the call. Well, everybody received a call. You probably didn't pick it up. Yeah. So I'm going to request the media team. I don't know whether you're ready. If you received a call, you know what I'm about to do. If you didn't receive a call, you're about to get news of why you didn't pick up that call. Media team, are we ready? Good. Let's turn our eyes to the screens and watch this video.
Hi there, my name is Peter Kakoma. I'm the principal of the Harvest Institute School of Technology. So many of you received a call from someone named Maria reminding you about this AI Impact Conference. What you actually did not know is Maria is not human. She's an AI agent that we purposely built to make reminder calls for this AI conference. So if you didn't get an opportunity to have a chat with Maria, let me show you what that actually sounded like for those who got that opportunity. So here is a call coming in right now. You can see that it's actually even a local number. And let's talk to her. Hello.
Hi, is this Peter?
Yes, this is Peter.
Hi, Peter. This is Maria from Harvest Institute School of Tech. You signed up for the AI Impact Conference happening next week, and I just wanted to check in real quick. Got a sec?
Yeah, I have a sec. I can speak.
Perfect, thanks. So the conference will run for 2 days. Starts on Wednesday, April 8th, and the last day will be Thursday, the 9th. You still planning to come through?
Yeah, I will come through.
Love that. So are you more into the technical side or the business angle?
Well, I do both, but for the conference, I'll focus more on the business side.
Nice. That's good to know. There's a lot for you. Then there's a full panel on how AI is being applied in real-world business, plus breakout sessions focused on practical AI for business strategy. It's really geared towards people looking to use AI to grow what they're building. So it's at Worship Harvest Nalia. Just search that on Google Maps and you'll find it. Parking's on site. Check-in opens at 8 a.m. both mornings, and lunch and breaks are covered. Just show up and you're sorted. Any questions about the event?
Could you tell me a bit about the speakers?
Sure thing. Day one has Janet Namara from Sunbird AI, keynoting on AI strategy. She's fantastic. Then on day two, Aline Diwalana is the keynote, and there's a panel with Solomon Nsumba, Felix Kitaka, and Pastor Chris Kawesa talking about real-world AI. If you want more details, just let me know. Anything else you're curious about?
No, at this point I'm good to go. Thank you so much.
All right, Peter, you're all set. We're really looking forward to seeing you on the 8th. Have an awesome day.
Have an awesome day. So that was Maria making a reminder call. And this and different use cases are some of the things we're going to help you explore. What else can AI do today? Not tomorrow, not a few years from now. What are the different possibilities in your business? What are the things you can do as a developer? How do you build different tools? How do you take advantage of what AI is capable of already right now? So if you're here, you're in the right space, be ready, be plugged in, put aside the time, and let's take this time and actually learn the things that are going to take our businesses, our development skills from level 1 to whatever level using AI. Have an amazing day and an amazing conference.
Yeah. I don't know what to say to that.
Hi
video.
there.
Tech team, thank you very much. Me, I received a call. In this room, there is a lady called Maria somewhere. She speaks exactly like that lady. By the way, I'm not bluffing. Those in School of Tech, you know what I'm talking about. Wasn't that Maria who calls you reminding you about your classes? Good. So I want to hear two people. What do you think about this video? Two quick hands. What do you think about that video? Or when you received the call, what went through your mind? Two people. Cyrus and Mr. Manzi.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Cyrus Kingsley Wagga. Yes, what comes to my mind when I see Maria talk is that you can clone yourself. I mean, you can clone the CEO, and mommy goes to see the children. You see, you can clone yourself for your particular different businesses. I mean, like you can clone the CEO, you can clone the manager, so those people can actually go and attend another meeting. So this AI model trained can respond to other less urgent needs.
Good. And Mr. Manzi there had his hand up.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Moses Manzi. Yes, that call yesterday, I think on, was it Monday?
Yes.
I received it on Monday. I think for me, when I received it, I was first confused. Is this an AI voice or is it a real person? I definitely realized it was AI later in the call. But one thing I learned from it is the capacity and the opportunity that is presented now to businesses to handle things like calling customers, which have been, which get quite tedious. Follow-up is a very important function of business. And with such a tool, I think a very big burden is offloaded because you automate it. Maybe my question would be, can you receive feedback in case, let us say it's a business where you're not just, you need two-way, you need kind of feedback. But I think very, very wonderful tool, and the possibilities they're big. Thank you.
I like these reflections. Okay, I'll take this one. I can't refuse to take it.
Well, my name is Moses Kalanzi. I'm a pastor. And one of the things that has come up for me, I received the call first of all. And immediately one of the thoughts that came to me was, how can I engage with members of the church regularly? For example, if I have an automated spreadsheet and I'm looking at those who have not attended church over the last couple of days, we can schedule a call and we call them, and Maria can now follow up. But that is pastoral care.
Wow, fascinating. We're here talking with Apostle and we're like, you check your PGA and you see people who have missed for so many weeks and you're wondering how you can reach them as a pastor and you have very little time on you. So I think this app, or whatever it is, this Maria person is. So, just asking myself, who buys Maria the airtime? Because if she's going to make 100 calls, maybe 200 calls, is that in the details of the things we're going to learn? And if, let's say, you're calling a sophisticated customer, very technical questions, those with Luge, does Maria have the capacity to respond, to handle the Luge clients? Yeah.
You see, the Luge clients are going to be dealt with. So just stick around in the conference because all those answers are here. So with a very loud, thunderous clap, I would like you to make welcome Mr. Tim Ebels.
Good. Good to be back. Hopefully we'll show, do I need to do anything to project? Just a second here. Do I have any signal back there? Perfect. Okay, great. So we've covered all these tools. They had it a second ago. We've covered all these tools. We have one last tool, and this is the main one for your prompting. As I said before, Gemini is best, GPT is second best, Claude is third, but Claude is third. We're on slide 55, slide 55. And good. So these are the three essential tools that everyone needs to know, and this is really the most important one, is your prompting. And you want to do this with Gemini. If you have a phone, you need 3 apps on your phone: Gemini, ChatGPT, and Claude. They're all free. If you max out one of them, use another. They're all pretty good. Gemini is the best at audio, video. It's the best overall. Claude is the best at code, math, complex things that are multi-step. You know, any complex recipe, Claude's going to be the best. So this is important. So install all 3, and most of the time you're going to prompt Gemini. In fact, if you have installed AI Studio, you can use 1 million words a day for free. So that's going to be the main thing you use. And then you're going to be probably using GPT second. And just sometimes it's just to get a second opinion. When I talk to developers later, I'm going to tell them to do all 3. They're going to actually use a dev environment, and they're going to do a panel of experts. They're going to say, write code that can play the game of checkers. And they're going to ask that question to all 3. And then they're going to say, this one's the best, use that one. But I can also then learn from this other one. And so the AI developers that I help that have a lot of code and very big companies, they actually use all 3 of these, especially Claude, for coding. Yeah. So max out your free. If it's multimodal, you want to do Gemini first. If it's coding, Claude second. And then GPT is still pretty stable. And again, if you do all 3 of these, the free amount, it's just as good as any one of them for the paid amount. 3 free ones is a lot of prompts. You probably only need to really save your Claude for the complex coding and math, because the free tier doesn't give you a lot. So save the hardest questions for that. So I could basically pull this up and start asking questions. The style of questions I would ask would be, you are an expert in AI. You're an expert in prompting. You're an expert in prompting, and you're an expert in current internet. And then I would have it fix my prompt, tell me why its prompt was better, and finally show the results. Then after that, I insert my prompt. That's the way you're going to heavily be using this. And if you're doing the AI Studio, there in the right, just below the screen, you have to click on grounded in current internet. If you don't click that, they're going to save money and give you an answer, but you're not guaranteed that it's April 2026 accurate. So there's two things you need to learn to click. Okay. On the right column here, where you can change the model, you want to select the grounded, and you can also select which model. You can max out your Flash, your thinking model. That's the cheap free one. And then when you have harder questions, max out Gemini Pro. That's the best answer for your most expensive questions. And get all 10 free a day. If you have 2 accounts, double that. If you have a paid account, double that. So again, everything that's in prompting, you're giving the knowledge away unless you have a paid account. This is public internet. It's not private like Notebook LM. And so just remember, any amazing secret, anything valuable, it's listening. It wants to add to the model. You're adding to the knowledge, and your competitor can then pull that information. So if you compare the 3, here are all 3 of them. If you notice, Google is very green. GPT can be very limited for the free tier. Claude is so good at code, but nothing compares to Gemini for non-code. Later, I'll give you 20 reasons why Gemini is better. This is more reasons comparing the 3. Gemini works with all of the Google products, gets all that data, has so many benefits, and it's enterprise, secure, and quality. It's a cloud company. These other companies have no certified security. So if you want to build things, and in the building things, it's really all about your prompting skill. When you do Make, and Make automates 4 different apps, you have to prompt each of the 4. So even when you're chaining things together, you still have to be good at prompting. So the reason Make works is because when you combine 3 things, you have to prompt those 3 things. It's still prompting. So whether it's automation or these 3 promptings, it's heavily a prompting skill. Why do we pick Gemini? It's the best open weights. If you build a model, if you're using a model, it's the best. If you're building a model, there's 2 ways to build a model. You can build from one of these large language models if they expose their numbers, that numbers in the brain. If they expose their weights, then you can build, but you're totally dependent on them. It's not really African data. You're building a small model based on their big model. You really want to grow your own data. Find unique data and build your own models. So 2 ways to build a model: to build from an open weights of one of the big 11 models, and that's fast, but you're not really growing your own unique company, unique data, okay? You're totally dependent on them. It's better if you can start growing your own model. So until you can grow your own model, use theirs, but I really want to spend time coaching you when you have your own data, when you can grow something big. Show me you have unique data and you're growing it big. So they're also the best at the free tier, the most prompts. They're the best at multimedia, anything audio, video. They have the most apps. Think about it. They are the client company. And they have the best inference, and just on and on. They have all these things. Now I'm going to go to the second slide. Yeah, they work with all of the business office tools. They're the 90% of the market. They and GPT are 90% of the market. Everybody else is less than 1%. They're the only company doing 70 billion in business. If you go to Apple and use Apple AI, they're using Gemini. All Apple AI is using Gemini. Warren Buffett, 4th richest in the world, he just invested $5 billion in Gemini. Yeah, it's really interesting company. Good. So these are lots of useful examples. I'm going to go fast and jump through them. And again, this was the call to action that ends this section, which is be great at prompting, even when you automate your prompting. Know how to maximize these on your phone, including the ones we just listed. And there's much more in the PowerPoint and much more in the workbooks. So 100 slides, 100 pages, and that's the workbooks we use for Notebook LM. So here's what you need. Work 2 jobs, get a laptop. Get a laptop. AI Studio, Notebook LM will really help you. You know, a business expert's as good as their tools. You know, if you don't have a smartphone, work 2 jobs. I've worked 2 jobs since I was 15, okay? You can do this. Work hard, save money, and my wife and I are super cheap. You can't imagine how cheap we are, okay? In America, we have a store called the Dollar Store. Everything in the store is $1. I tell my kids, if it's not there, you don't need it, okay? Yeah, So here's the main links and the main tools you need. So very important that you access each of these, especially on a laptop. We haven't covered how to be first in search engine. That's the next tool. And we haven't covered how to have a customer database. That's ActiveCampaign. I cover that in the web section. If you're into YouTube videos, the @ParkerPrompts is a great place to see little 5-minute videos of each of these tools. What does he say as a tutorial for Notebook LM, Perplexity, Gemini, Make? Great place. So he's very clear and very brief. He's not going to teach you all the advanced features, but he's fast. So why have an AI developer? Everything we've talked about is business. When would you have an AI developer? You would do it for these 5 reasons in order. Number 1, everyone should do the work of 10 people. You should be able to automate with Make, but this person can automate with N8N, with more complex tools. They can hit APIs. They can do a lot of anything that's taking the company's time, automate it. Number 2 is all the wise decisions. Get those dashboards, those reports, and make much better decisions. The third most money maker when you hire a developer, and you just need one, that's a bargain. In fact, if they're consulting for 3 or 4 companies, you might want to get an exclusive and say, if they're helping your finance company, they can't help these other finance companies, but they can help all the non-finance companies. So, but even having a consultant developer is going to be great. So your customer database is going to be one of the top 3 things. You should triple your close, and you should 5 times lifetime's earnings. Those are the numbers to expect when you have a customer database. This and your AI are the main things every company needs. Those 2 things are like the hub. Everything else is a replaceable spoke. If you think of the tire center, that is the AI from Gemini, and it's the customer database from ActiveCampaign at only $15 a month. They don't have a free tier. When you have those 2 things, you should grow a very, very big company. All the other tools, they're good, but if you had second best, it wouldn't be that bad, okay? And you need to start building automation and agents. We'll do that for you. So stay in touch with us. We'll give you lots of automation examples. So first is the notebooks, then the models, and the automations, and last will be the agents. If you're a developer, you build up about 20 agents, you're going to have a good career. When you can tell people, this agent can serve you and update your calendar. And you have about 20 of those, and you get a very powerful tool set. Fifth, that takes more time, is a mobile app. We highly recommend a language called Flutter. And when we talk about AI development, you're going to hear that you can either do one company in 3 languages, one company Google with 3 languages, or you can do one language with 10 companies. Which is better for you? The one language is TypeScript that works with 10 companies. The other developer option is an expert in Google that works with 3 languages. Flutter for the phone, Go for the back end and cloud, and Python for the AI and everything else. So which is better? Google with 3 languages or 10 companies with 1 language? And if you've got experience in that, that's not a bad option. Those are the only 2 options. If somebody's going to help your company claim they're a developer and they're pointing to other languages and tools, you want to ask some hard questions. Yeah.
And if you think there's a third option, come ask me during break, okay? So this is why I invest in a developer. In addition to this, you want to manage the AI and consider the cloud. So here is a gateway. All the users, and then here you've got this tracking and monitoring to all the AI. Whether it's an AI model or AI agent, this now is going to track everything. The problem is your company grows, you've got users hitting AI, and maybe they're wasting your time. They're not making money, it's not the right prompts. What's the cost per person? Also, how do you control the access? Maybe they're hitting your model. You want to know who's hitting it. You want to know if there's any security issues, things like that. And so you really do need a gateway. Some of this gateway, you can actually start building it in N8N. It's a pretty powerful tool. Or you can start with a gateway product. There's open source versions as well as off the shelf that are going to cost more money. But again, once you have a lot of users, maybe it's your customers hitting your AI. Maybe it's your support desk hitting your AI support. They want to talk to Maria, okay? So who's talking to Maria the most? Who's spending the most time? You want to know these things. So this is very useful. You are going to need to get to cloud. Cloud has current AI tools. You really want to do number crunching, data, model building, things like that. Yeah. Your options, if you're going to do it on your own machine, you're going to need at least 32 gig. You're going to need to do a lot of tuning to run a small model. 32 gigabytes of memory. You're going to have a very tuned tool and a very tuned data source to do that. Much more than that, you're going to need a graphics processor unit, or you're going to need access to one on the cloud. So there's cheap on your computer to learn, and that's a great way to learn. You know, your computer, your desktop, that's a great learning environment. But as far as production for global customers, for 5 nines uptime, 99.999% of the time they're up. They're redundant. If this city shuts down with electricity, your cloud still works. Your customer can still give you money. So there's so many benefits. Very current tools, you can't beat the cost, and you pay for what the customer uses. See, if you had a large ICT staff supporting a lot of your own machines, even without customers, you pay a lot of money. Also, the cloud will scale instantly. If you did an advertising and you got a spike of customers, that's not a problem. And the global network and all those other benefits. So here's lots of benefits, including monitoring. You monitor everything. So here's the biggest 3 cloud companies. Notice that Microsoft is very red. If you Google Microsoft Cloud Security Vulnerability, words like that, you'll get a long list of vulnerabilities. If you go to the database of all known vulnerabilities and you put in Microsoft tools like Cloud, like Azure, you'll be surprised. So Google and Amazon are much more secure, much fewer outages. Yeah. So, it's incomparably different. If you're doing a lot with the client, you're doing a lot with Android phones, Chrome browsers, you better be on Google. Yeah, very good solution. If you just want reliability, Amazon's good enough. But as soon as you want a lot of phones, a lot of Gemini AI, you're going to see Google just pull away with better AI and better clients. So when you do need to have a free back-end client, you would need to make that choice that scales, that's much cheaper. Google seems the best because of AI and client. And avoid Microsoft. The company has great marketing. I used to work there. And especially their dev tools are pretty good. But some of these other things are totally closed. The OS is closed, some of their dev languages and tools are closed, their cloud is closed, their database is closed. You can't ever leave their golden cage. It's kind of like Apple. Even on Amazon, you have to be careful. You can use open database and open tools, but if you use the closed ones, you're locked in forever. So be careful. That's why, How do you keep the cost down? There's a lot of techniques. One is just, when you use Python, if you recode your Python in Go, you will save 20 times. 20, not 20%, 2,000%. 20 times. Python is a very large, ugly language, okay? Now, regretfully, it's dominant. It's the #1 language for AI and many other things. But if you find out you've got 10 libraries, and these 2 are costing you all your money to your cloud provider, recode those 2 libraries and Go. Yeah, in fact, just ask AI, recode these to Go. And there's other techniques here, but that's the big one. You can also monitor and manage your cloud costs. There should be no surprises. You shouldn't have this huge runaway cost happening. So there's much more detail here, but I'm going pretty fast. You need someone in your company that's going to really manage your costs. You also tie your costs to your staff. This staff is part of this app. This staff is part of this solution. And that way, that cost is tied to that staff. Security. There are security certifications out there. They mean nothing. A real security certification is tied to the cloud. When you say that you are certified in Google security, in Amazon security, see how that means something? You can actually build something that is certified secure for government, for European privacy, for those kind of things. If you say you have a theory degree, a theory certification, that's not near as good as being able to say you can help people make money and guarantee that there are government security certifications. Yes. So highly recommend either Google or Amazon. And the Packet Publishing books are always the best. So we've covered the major tools you should use. We've also covered a little bit of how an AI dev can help you. Now we're going to look at, we're looking at Agenda 3. Agenda 3. There we go. And so, how do you do a website and how do you use AI on your website? Your website should only cost $12 to grab your domain. This means you're going to pick a good name. A .com is $12 a year. .ai, .kenya, .africa, those cost a lot more. But if you like that name, go ahead and pay for it. But for $12 a year, you can grab the .com. Get a short name. Get like one name and misspell it. Get 2 names at the most. Yeah, never. I am shocked how I see these 3- and 4-word names for the .com. Yeah, you want something like Nike, ACA, something like that. Get a short name. Very important that you do this. And this is going to be your brand. Your .com, your trademark, your registration, you need one short name. It'll be so easy for everyone to use. And if you trademark, that means you own that name forever. Patents are 20 years. Copyrights of a book or a movie, that's 50 years. When you trademark a word, you own that forever. Yeah, it's a pretty nice offensive law. So we're going to look at WordPress websites. 2/3 of all websites are WordPress. It's free like Linux. 1/3 of all e-commerce sites use WooCommerce, which is a plugin to WordPress. So in this section, we're going to look at WordPress, what's the best book, the best tools, and how much can you do for free, and then why everybody needs a customer database. Here's a warning. All the tools we're describing are free, almost all of them are free, but we only recommend freemium tools. So you can start with the free and you can give them more money for the paid, for the pro. When you use free tools that aren't freemium, how do they make money? Maybe they haven't updated for years. Maybe the company shut down. Only use free tools that are freemium that have a paid version. And that's what we'll recommend.
This is very important. Take a picture. These 3 YouTube videos are how to build a website in 3 videos, 30 minutes, with just these 3 videos. So, very important. And the tool there called Salient, you spend $60 in one time for the rest of your life. The other options are really expensive, really ugly. So you want to do website and AI on that website? Watch 3 little videos and you'll understand. Now, even if somebody else builds your website, watch these videos. The first one is the editor tool for all the style. Do you want to change all the buttons to orange? Do you want to change the entire website in one place? The second editor is each individual page. And the third YouTube video is plugins. Just like you plug into a 220 outlet on the wall. You plug in to be first on Google search. You plug in something else, do forms, and there's lots of basic plugins to get you started, and they cover a lot of them. So, yeah, you need to know these 3 videos. This is the best book on building a website. This book was written by AI. Every page is 95% perfect. This is how all ICT books need to be written. This is how we write all of our workbooks. Yeah. So for example, the last 2 bullets there. If you go to page 60, the first prompt it tells you, because it tells you how to prompt on every chapter multiple times. Here's the very first prompt. Who are your 5 biggest competitors? Isn't that a nice AI prompt? How are they better? Why are they ranked higher in Google search? The answers are amazing. So if you prompt like we told you, by having AI write the prompt, and you ask for your 5 biggest competitors, and tell AI to call them the big 5, because you're going to ask AI some more questions about the big 5. That will help your company so much. Here's your second prompt on page 61. Second prompt, give me a hierarchy of the big 5's web pages. Turn it into one hierarchy like it's one website. What do they have that I don't? So the first prompt is how are they better? The second prompt is how can you have every theme on their web page that you don't have? Here's the third prompt. How are they better at marketing and sales and pricing? Yeah, how are they better at those kind of things? In 3 prompts and 10 minutes, you will now know what your company's lacking. Isn't that good? I mean, this, on the one hand, this should feel simple. On the other hand, this should feel amazing. Okay? When you have AI asking the right questions. Every chapter asks AI questions. Again, this is how all books should be written. This will change how you read books. You're not going to like other books because they don't do this enough. On page 27, it gives you that diagram on the right. Every chapter is how to build your website, how to design it. And that little circle there is how to look at competitors to fix 3 of those chapters. So highly recommend this book. You can get the online Kindle version. Very, very useful book. So now we're going to cover the 11 tools that your website should have, and almost all of them start with a free option. You might want to take a picture of this one and the next one. We're covering web in 2 slides. So host on SiteGround. When you use WordPress, they only recommend 3 websites and the other 2 are too expensive, okay? We're currently hosting hundreds of websites in Uganda on there. And we'll be happy to host a lot of your websites for free, okay? Until you're wildly successful and you get way too much traffic, we'll host you. Now, if you self-host, you're going to be $10, $20 a year, but we'll take care of that. So that means your only cost is your getyour.com name. That'll cost you $12 a year. Go to namecheap.com and grab your name. If you want to pay a lot more money, grab .ug, grab .africa, grab .ai. You just spend a lot more money per year. It's up to you. Get a short name though. And so that's going to be your brand and your name. So you need to do that. And then do you buy Salient, number 2 here, or do you know someone here that does? We're happy to buy Salient for a couple of people in your church, for a couple of people in a university, Christian university. We're happy to buy it for a couple of people, not for thousands, okay? So if you want to have your own copy, go get it, but we're happy to get it for your incubator, for your job creating here. So Salient, other editors out there will cost you hundreds of dollars per website, per year, per tool. This is 2 tools for all your website, and you get updates all of your life for $60 for life. Nice loophole. The most common editor for websites in Africa is Elementor. Don't use it. It is totally insecure. If you put quotes around it and you Google search or Perplexity search for Elementor vulnerabilities, you'll get problems every week. Until that is thrown away and replaced, it always has vulnerabilities. It will give away your financial information, all of your customer contacts, everything in WordPress is exposed with Elementor. It is a terrible tool, okay? And all you have to do is just quotes around it, Elementor vulnerabilities. In fact, you can see if it had a vulnerability today or this week. It's that bad. Do not use Elementor. Not the free version, not the pro version. If in doubt, vulnerabilities. Salient is not only reasonably secure, but the fact that you're only spending $60 for life for a pro tool. You will have as good an editor, as good as any other web tool out there, and you'll only spend it once. The third thing you need is AI. We highly recommend Gemini. Do you want free or do you need privacy? You can do a lot with free. The Gemini is very, very generous. But if you do want privacy about your web content, about your prompts, $8 a month is very reasonable. Forms are going to help you next. It is the best free. Every one of these plugins is a free version, like WP Forms, is the best free. All the other forms, a form is when you put up something to the customer and say, would you like me to call you later? Would you like to buy something? All those kind of things where you get their email and a couple things, you can follow up and make the sale. Forms are very useful. WP Forms is the only one that's free for unlimited. Unlimited number of forms, fields, customer, it's free. All the other free forms out there are like, you can only do 2 forms. You can only do 3 fields in a form. It is so painful. So WP Forms is really nice. If you do want the pro version, you get a little bit more with the pro version. And I could literally talk about each of these in much more detail. So, the pro version basically means all the data goes into your database. The one problem with the free version is then you have to take that form results and then paste it into your database. But you can write a tool to do that. The next one here, number 5, is going to be ActiveCampaign. This is second only to your AI. I can't stress enough. Every company needs to have a customer database. There's no free version, but $15 a month. This tool has a cult following. People would donate a kidney before they leave this tool, okay? Nobody leaves this tool. You read the surveys about this tool, independent, outside, they love this. I mean, this and maybe QuickBooks are the 2 most zealous customer groups out there. And this is really 7 products in one. It keeps track of all of your customer to double, triple your sales. Every time you do an email campaign or a social media campaign or a WhatsApp campaign, this is the tool you need. And when you do the free plugins, so there's the YouTube. Every one of these I've shown you the pricing link and where to get free training. youtube.com/ActiveCampaignOfficial. So when you see those videos about all of the tools you get with this, how to do a campaign, how to use AI, let's say you're doing an email campaign. Which of your customers are just logical and they want to hear your features? Which of your customers are into coupons and sales? And you'll segment your customers and you'll max out the sales to each. And there's AI extensions to this that are part of the base product. Number 6,
How do you get on the first page of Google? I coach companies. One company I coach gets 50,000 visitors a day. They double their sales every 6 months. Not bad. Yeah. Because they've got their repeat customers and they've got constant new customers because they're so good at this. So the all-in-one search engine optimization, number 6 there, that is a great way to go. They have a free option to get started. And when you start saying, here's our headings, here's our meta tags, all the things for your website, and this tool will tell you how to beat your competitor. And this tool does 2 things. It does page 1 on for Google search. But Google now has a brand new page 0. That's called AI optimization. Search engine optimization, SEO, that's page 1 on where Google returns the links. But Google's page 0, where it returns the answer, this tool is amazing. This and Google are the only 2 tools that crawl the entire internet. To only spend, $99 for a year to have this tool for the pro version is quite the deal. And lots of useful training videos. So how do you get higher and higher into that, be first on Google, and then the AIO, the AI optimization. That's the future. SEO is going away. If you've done search engine optimization to be on page 1 and try to not be on page 1000, that's nice, but the future is only about AI optimization, page 0. To appreciate this, when you're prompting, more and more, it's going to be the agents and the AI that prompt, not the human. They only care about the answer. They only care about page 0, the AI optimization. So right now, AI optimization is becoming more important than SEO. Soon it's going to be 100 times more important. There's a lot of other tools in this category. They don't crawl the entire internet. They only care about SEO. This tool cares about AI optimization. So get this tool. The 7th one there is to actually monitor your traffic. There's a nice free option. If your customer filled out the form, but they didn't click the buy button, would you like to know that? Would you like to go back to them and say, hey, come back. You almost bought, come back. And maybe a week later, give them a coupon. Here's 10% off. Come back and click the buy. Yeah, you really want to close that sale. So Monster Insights is the best. It's the best free, it's the best pro, like the rest of these. All monitoring and analysis on the internet is controlled by Google. This tool is actually a tool on top of Google Analytics. Google Analytics is free. It's called GA4, Google Analytics version 4. Non-Google uses it. Apple browsers, Safari, Apple OSs. All of Apple uses Google Analytics. It is so dominant that everybody uses Google Analytics. You don't know about your customer traffic on your website, your browser, your Android app without Google Analytics. They dominate. They dominate ads and they dominate traffic on clients. So like I said, everybody uses GA4. So why have this tool number 7? Because Google Analytics is raw and ugly. It's like, here's the numbers, good luck. But when you have Monster Insight, then you have a dashboard, you have all the patterns, and you can quickly make a lot of money. So those are the 7 tools you have to have. If you want to operate a school, MemberPress is number 1. It's the number 1 plugin on WordPress. By the way, when I said to host on SiteGround, when you host on SiteGround for free and we help you, you get WordPress free, you get WooCommerce, Joomla features free, you get backup, you get emails with your .com name. Pretty good. All that's included in SiteGround. That's why it's worth $10 a month, or we'll take care of that for you. So number 8 is MemberPress if you want to operate a school. It can also operate pure member. Go see the YouTube videos to see the difference. If you want to say, these are my bronze members, silver, gold members, and they can download these files. they can see these things. MemberPress is number one at that. For membership, subscription, content. It's really easy to use. I've operated it for years. And then if you just want to run a school, how far are they in the classes? How far along are they in taking the tests? You can see all your students, see how they're doing. You can broadcast to them. MemberPress is good at that too. When you need to have WhatsApp, you need number 9. Spokey is the only affordable option to do all that messaging on WhatsApp. There's no free option. And the last one there is Google Ads. How soon can you take your profits and put it in Google Ads to get more traffic? You need to grow it to about $3,000 a year. Sorry. If you really want to be competitive, you need to have more and more ads. Google beats Meta. You'll get more traffic from Google Ads than Meta Ads. But just try them both and see what happens. See which one brings you more customers. Yeah. So that's web. Now we're going to look at SEO. So for search engine optimization, use NotebookLM AI to create your content. If you were a travel agent, you would create content for all the big national parks, all the big 5 animals. You'd create probably 20, 50 pages. You need to be an expert. It used to be you could just hit a bunch of keywords and they would search engine come to you. Now you have to be an expert as if you're answering the questions for AI. See the difference? You can't just say, here's a page that's interesting. You need to have a sitemap of your entire website for the agent to find. You need a frequently asked questions because you're an expert. You need a glossary of all the terminology because you're an expert, in this case, in travel agency. Once you do those kind of things, AI will reference you on page 0. You have to be better than the best answers from AI. Because now agents are finding your website, not people. Okay? Your audience for your website is now AI and agents. Surprise! How do you reach them? You have to help them. Like I said, you need a sitemap of all your pages. You need a glossary. You need a frequently asked questions. Then the agent knows you're an expert. And your content has to be like an expert. Content that no one else has. You really need to keep the agents and the AI optimization. So once you have this, like my friends, they get 50,000 visitors a day. They hit a landing page because, and like a travel agent, what is the big 5 animal they're looking at, things like that. 90% is information. Less than 10% is sales. Do you want to be listed high in Google search? Do you want to keep the customer happy? You can't do more than 10%. In fact, even 5% is better. So you're not really selling, you're giving information and knowledge with just a little bit of the selling. Part of your sales, you send them to the best page. Why are you better? Why do you have a good deal or sale right now? You send them to a great page like that, the benefits page. From there, the customer can either buy or sign up for newsletter. Buy is much better. You're going to get their content and email for follow-up if they buy. But an absolute, backup case, at least get their email for a newsletter. So that's what you want to do, is do number 4, send them to your benefits page. Number 5, the buy page, or at least a newsletter. So this is key. So all-in-one SEO is the best affordable option, but Ahref is the best option overall. So I've been showing you the second best tool because the best tool costs $120 a month, but it's worth it. So you've seen the second best, but there is actually one better tool. It does things that no one else can do. You want to have fun with AI? Ask AI, what can Ahrefs do that no one else can do? Yeah, very big. If you're really into this, you can actually look at any Chrome browser. If you do Control U in a Chrome browser, you'll end up, if you do Control U in a Chrome browser, you'll end up here with that right column. You can actually see the source code of your competitor. What keywords do they use for search? What tools do they use?
You can learn a lot from your competitors. Yeah, underneath the browser, you've got everything. You've got a calculator, you've got a video player, audio player. If you're good at TypeScript, you can automate all those things. Every browser has them. So here are hundreds of use cases. In the first link, if you go to Ahrefs and you say, in your blog, tell me all the ways to use AI. How can I use AI for content, for search, for customer database, all those things? They just are giving away knowledge at that website. So there's 3 of them that combined are 35 different ways for AI to make money on your website. Not bad. This customer, you need to use a customer database, and anyone who sees a customer needs to put data in. What does the customer like to talk about? When's their birthday, their family, their sports team, everything. And mostly, what is their biggest problem, and when do they have money? If you know those last 2 things, close the sale. Because your product solves their biggest problems. And you always have a reason to come back. When you visit a customer, you let them know that we're going to have a sale next month. We're going to have a new product next month. And then when the month comes around, hopefully you have a new product. If your product team doesn't deliver, you tell them about the new bundle. Just put 3 products together. Have a sale coupon, something. You always have a reason to come back to the customer. You never want to call up a customer and say, can I come visit? You always want to say, we have that release I told you about. Is Friday available? See how nice that is? Always have a reason to come back to the customer. Dashboards, yeah. So this customer database, ActiveCampaign, if you see the reviews on it, they love it. Every company, they leave all these other products for one product. The reviews are a 10 out of 10, and it does 7 different products, and each product is a 10. So, yeah, very important. And there's the $15 a month pricing. Salesforce is better, but you're going to spend 1,000 times more money. Until you're a billion-dollar company, this is a great product. And you really need to know your customer. And be careful. Your biggest competitors are actually the employees in your company. You, the owner, should have access to this entire customer database. Be careful who else has. You don't want one of your employees to go across the street and know your customers and know what they pay and things like that. And there's a great AI plugin for this. Yeah, we could do a whole session just on this or make a video for you. You experiment and learn with this tool. So before you send something to all the customers, you try a couple of customers, do a little A/B testing. But eventually, your campaigns will be exactly to that hyper segment, personalized to that group or even to the individual. Expect to triple your sales with this product. So now we're looking at Agenda 4 about seeing some actual sensors and data. Here we're looking specifically at agriculture, but it could be anything. Notice that the sensors are what makes it so you can build the models. So we're going to look at some affordable sensors that you can start collecting data. And, yeah. So if you're going to do AI-driven farming, AmbientWeather.net will give you the weather history for the last 20 years, down to every small neighborhood in Kampala. Very useful information. And you can see the weather every 16 seconds. There's a lot of data there. When you have that plus soil sensors, you can help every farmer at least 30%. There's also other agriculture, farming here, robotics, etc. We'll talk about that. Notice on the bottom, the people that use AI get 3 times the wheat. They get 2.6 times the rice. Not bad. Now we see why. So here's a weather station. We just gave away 9 of these. We have 9 incubators across Uganda and Kenya that are creating data for farmers, and they just got this shipped to them. They also got the soil sensor. So if they have a lot of farmers using maize, what nutrients are not in their soil? Wouldn't that be nice to know? So you put in exactly what it needs. And it's pretty drought resistant. If you can find drought resistant maize, and when do you need that? So this is a 6-in-1 sensor that will tell you all sorts of weather information. The .com site, ambientweather.com, is their products. Do you want to extend this with solar, with ultraviolet? What other things do you want to sense? And the .net is the data. It's the network of all weather data. You don't need anybody else. Do you want to know about weather for farming in Uganda? Ambientweather.net. It's like the Linux. You don't need anybody else. And you don't have to share your data. Once you buy a weather station like this one, this is their entry level, $127. Once you buy this, you have access, you have limited access to .net. You buy the product, you have more access to .net. You can spend a little bit of money and get even more access. But regardless, you want access to the data. And you do not have to share your data. When everything you're getting from this weather station, you can keep it. So this is the world's largest weather data. And now you can be an insider for all of your models. You see how we're trying to move models to Africa? And this is a soil sensor. And next slide. And these are very affordable. And you put these like, help the maize farmers. And you see the trends. And then you help the coffee farmers. And you help someone else. What are the real soil nutrients that are being sucked out of the ground that they need? Yeah, this is very nice. And all of these feed to your phone. This one can do 1,000 readings before you need to dump it to a phone or internet. Yeah. So this is a halter per cow, an AI monitor per cow. How's the weight, the health? This has a lot of sensors. That cow's pretty valuable. Not bad. Yeah. And so at critical times, you're going to put this halter when you're beefing up the cow, and then you can use it for the next cow for 100 years. Very useful to collect all that data. Where did it graze? This has GPS, has many things. This is a weed killer. It uses 1/3 of the pesticide. You hook it to your tractor, and it's seeing the weed, and it knows what kind of weed, how mature it is, and it knows what will kill that kind of weed the best. It also has the history and all the heat map, all the bright red of the weeds. Where do they keep coming back? Where are the roots? It knows a lot of things. You could have 100 years and not know this much. But the AI, very helpful. And so they're booming too. Now we're going to look at drones. What if we did the same weed killer with drones? The benefits, you should double your yield. You should do 1/3. None of the pesticide will get on the human. They're back on the porch. Pretty nice. So there's many other benefits. You can think of these data collectors as which ones are the camera drone, which ones are the pesticide drone, and that camera drone is collecting a lot of data. So there's many benefits that we're going to get to too. So first we're going to get to the drone example. The mother drone is the camera, and the pesticide drones are getting another leader and coming back with pesticide and killing the plants and get another leaders. And so there's really two kinds of drones here. And the benefits, think about how much this saves in labor, time, and you're really killing the weeds. before they really take the nutrients. So this is even better than the tractor example we just showed you. So this is the future of farming, and it definitely pays for itself many times. This is a fruit picking robot. It uses Arduino hardware. I've met with your head of education. He wants third graders to do prompting, reading, writing, and prompting, and also Tony. So those are your heads of education and ICT. He wants third graders to do reading, writing, and prompting, and to do robotics, including things like this. So this hardware is the common hardware in cars, appliances. It is the #1 hardware. And the language is C, which is also the #1 software. So real skills for third graders. And if you click on the link at the bottom, that is 73 pages that describes how this works. This is a fruit picking gripper, but it's a smart AI. It knows that this fruit is going on a boat. It needs to pick it more green. This is very valuable going straight to the store. How do you get the best fruit? And how do you balance that? How do you keep maximizing your profits? How do you adjust your price based on that? A very smart gripper. So in the UN, they have Sustainability Dev Goals, SDG. One goal of zero hunger, so that you get twice the yield, triple the yield per acre. The second one is how is this affecting the staff? That's a good goal for SDG. By the way, if you have a nonprofit, you want to list as many of the 17 SDG goals as you can. You don't want to attract donors that only care about disabled. You want to attract donors that care about youth, women, environment. See? So just a free tip. And when you do 1/3 of the pesticide, it doesn't go into the water tables. It's far away from the people. It doesn't get on their skin. Many, many other things. They can recycle everything, including the drones. So they're pretty happy. How do you build these robots? That's a robotics kit, and we've given these away to many incubators and schools across Uganda. We did this 12 years ago. We found a software developer, and he's created 4 companies since. He started with this robotics kit on the left. His name's Patrick, and he has learned how to build lots of software companies. So on the left there, that car, you can paint an 8 on the ground, and the car will follow the paint. It's a smart camera. Another car could follow that car, and you can keep doing experiments. There's many other kits. That kit can do 100 different experiments. It looks like it's a toy. You're learning real skills with the #1 hardware and the #1 software. So we have been talking about AI. Now we're getting into AI robotics. Okay? We literally are making the entire stack simple. So there's 3 kits, and each one gives you another 100 experiments with that car. You also need the radio kits, and we give those out too. So those kits are very good. This is the software side of things. It uses a language called C. It's not a pretty language, but it's the language of robots. So that's robots. This is now how to do anything mechanical. How would you build this building? How would you build a 100-story building? When you build 4 stories, 5 stories, you can put sticks on the outside. That's called art. But if you have to build 100 stories, that's engineering. When you do engineering, in the tool, you can say double the height, give me 200, give me 400 stories. You can double the weight, double it again, and know that it works. Double the wind. See the difference between engineering and art? Art people can have in their head. Engineering, you have to do 1 million software tests on it, on the model. There's modeling in AI. There's modeling that's a twin of the physical world. This computer-aided design is the only way to build machines in Africa. You need to build your own machines. I'm talking about agriculture machines today, but all your machines. This is a very important skill. So FreeCAD, if you didn't use FreeCAD, I need to update the price here. You would be spending $500 a month to rent the closed version called SolidWorks. Here, you get the same thing, 80, 90% of it, for free. It has a partner that has already predefined over 50 tools in Africa. Do you need a walking tractor, a nut grinder, a full tractor? What do you need? Here's what you can do. You can go to that site on the top, you can download a machine and make it better. Put it on your laptop. Let's say I downloaded the walking tractor. It's 1 meter wide. I want to make it 2 meters wide. I want to add attachments that add another meter. I want to make the horsepower 10 horsepower. I want to make it 1/2 meter deep. I can change it that much, test it in software with millions of rules. What's rain going to do? What are rocks going to do? What's all these things? What's it going to do as you operate the walking tractor? And so I'll test it for a few minutes with millions of rules, and then I'll go to a fabricator over here in Katwe, and I take my flash drive. And the first one, they're going to charge me $1,000 for that walking tractor, and a CNC machine is going to make it. The second one's going to cost $200. And so the next hundreds of them that I buy, my invention, my idea, and I'm only paying $200 per walking tractor. See how it works? Yeah, you need to control your hardware and have it fabricated in Uganda. So the last slide was the tool. This slide is the predefined flash drives. Yeah, you control it. I do want to talk about blockchain for 2 slides. I know this is not related, but I get this question a lot, so I put it in here. Blockchain is just an algorithm. Instead of a central trust like one bank, a blockchain would be 10 of us are going to trust each other, and we're going to trust each other enough that we can exchange money. That's all it is. It's just a math algorithm, and it gives us a trust way to exchange money. So there's really 2 layers to it. There's the layer that moves the money, and there's the layer that is the foundation of the trust. Both of those layers have been hacked many, many times. Many times. That's the next slide. That upper layer that moves the money, there's no product. Nobody's being helped here. There's no gift from God. You're not building something. It's only in the path of money. It's like exploiting. It's like a toll booth. See how that works? So just be aware of what it is, what it isn't. There's no assets. See, when there's a real company, even if they're shutting down, there's land, there's building. The creditors get something. The customers get something. There's no tech here. There's no product. There's no customers. And the value of Bitcoin, it's like a commodity trading. It just swings. Up some days, down other days. It's just pure gambling. So just be aware of what it is, what it isn't. And then the trust layer. The trust layer is 20 million lines of code. Nobody can certify more than 5,000 lines. The complexity is trillions and trillions more complex than anybody can certify. So hackers have put in backdoors. I only need 10 lines of code to take over. You give me 10 lines of code, I can put in a backdoor, and when you have enough money in your blockchain, I'll steal it. Okay? I might wait till there's 1 billion. See how that works? So even the bottom layer, and historically, it keeps getting hacked. Also, the algorithm is inefficient. Imagine if we all flew a plane and somebody said we have to take all the planes back to the original airport. That's literally how blockchain works. It has a ledger, and basically it's like a log of your flight, and a minority of the people on the plane can veto it. You don't even need a majority. If a reasonable minority of people on planes say fly the plane back to the original airport, all the planes have to go back. That's how blockchain works. Now, if not enough veto it, then that financial movement happened. That's totally how blockchain works. It is the most inefficient algorithm in production today. It would be just like airplanes saying, send them all back to the original because 20% of the people wanted to do that. And you're one of the 80% victim that didn't want to go there. Yeah. So it's closed. You can look at that link. You can look where it started. And yeah, there's a lot of alternatives like a single central bank that are very secure. Here's a disclaimer. Everything I'm showing here is public information, okay? So this is not ACA, I'm just showing you public info. Here are the 5 sublayers of blockchain. They've all been hacked. There have been over 50 vulnerabilities. Of the 37 biggest major vulnerabilities where somebody got $1 billion, 33 of those, nobody knows what the back door was. They could do it again. Of the 37 biggest leaks of money in blockchain, 33, nobody knows what they did. The money was gone, and they don't know how. Yeah. So I hope you're seeing this is not the future. So, yeah, and there's much more there. So let's, let me go a little bit more. Is this okay? Okay. I just want to talk a little bit about business, and then we'll take questions. So I've said in the past that there was farming, factory, and AI, because we're talking about business today, AI and business. And farmers make money per hour. They do all the work and get 1%. The factories control the farms. They tell the farmer what to make, how much they'll pay, when to sell it. The factories control the farms. That's why when factories first came, all the smart kids moved to the factories and made 100 times more money than their parents. Let me describe it a different way. In 1800, the first time was democracy and corporate law. First time ever that the money didn't go to the king. It was all farmers until 1800. Once those two laws happened, inventors, entrepreneurs got to keep their money. Within 100 years of that freedom, there were electricity and light bulbs, steam engines and railroads, combustion engine and cars, and factory, the biggest thing of all. So that's what happened between 1800 and 1900. And the countries that had democracy and corporate law, and Africa still doesn't have corporate law, or franchise law, or hedge fund law. So, and so that was the big change from 1800 to 1900. And then recently, with this 2017 AI algorithm, is data and AI. And now they tell the factories, Jumia, Alibaba, they tell the factories when to send a boatload, when to send railroad car loads of factory goods. They really are in charge. So these are the 3 generations making money per hour. You need to grow beyond that. Making money per machine, much better. Making money per data value. Those are the 3 generations. What's next? What's going to be a 4th generation? There will never be a 4th generation. You can't improve on data. You can't improve on AI. When you've got the perfect dashboard, when you've got the perfect data of all the ways to make money, and you have AI to find all the patterns to make money, you cannot improve on that. See how that is? Yeah. So. Good. So, when we teach in villages, we tell them to, we're in, sorry, slide 117. Good. When we teach in villages, we teach them first, do a co-op farming. You could probably increase your yields probably 2x, 4x, because now you're going to buy as a group, you're going to sell as a group, you're going to start sharing tools, knapsack sprayers, field grinders. You can do a lot of things like that. That's a co-op farm. But the real goal is move to co-op factory, because that coffee roaster makes 100 times more money than the coffee farmer. And the same is true of every cash crop. You get a group and you start buying machinery. And we tell them, and we give them contracts for free. And when they reuse one of our contracts, half of the profits are for more machines. Half the profits they get to keep. They're part of the co-op, they get one vote. And half the profits are more machines. Because we want the generous, ethical companies to grow very big. So that's what we do in the country. In the city, we encourage websites, mobile apps, and incubators. We're hoping every church creates an incubator to start companies. If it's website, it's SiteGround and Salient. If it's mobile app, it's Flutter. And we can talk a lot more about that when we talk about AI development. So notice the progression here, whether it's villages with land, like co-op farming, then factory, or whether it's cities with businesses. But either way, making huge progress to make 100 times the kingdom wealth in one generation. So we've covered AI for the major tools you should learn, for website, for agriculture, for robotics. We've covered a lot of things today. Is this a good time for questions, agenda-wise? Peter, is this a good time for questions or what? Okay. 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 Yes. One or two questions, then we'll take a break. So, yeah. Who has a question? We've covered so many things. I don't want to go to the next topic without taking questions. Is this useful? Good. And they've got everything on flash drive back there. So all the training, they've got it back there. Good.
Okay. Thank you for the walkthrough. My name is Audrey. So you mentioned there won't be a fourth generation. So I wanted to know, what are your thoughts on quantum computing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. So he's asking about quantum computing. Right now, all computing is based on a von Neumann architecture. Basically, all computers just get smaller. You can't improve on the speed of light. So the only way to get faster is when you keep shrinking the computer. Right now, a 1 nanometer computer can do 10,000 transistors in the width of a hair. So if I had a really long hair, picture 10,000 transistors in the width of a hair. Okay? That's 1 nanometer. And now there's half nanometer. So that's what, so US is at half nanometer. They're shipping product now that's half nanometer. It's not in quantity yet, but they've solved all the math. Non-free countries that don't have the right lasers, they can only do 7 nanometer. So basically they are 2 to the 14th slower. 7 nanometers compared to half nanometer, that is really, really slow. So yeah, that's like 16,000 times slower. So, the smallest chips are made with these 13 nanometer lasers. They can make a half nanometer chip. So that's the current best practice. The problem's going to be that how much more can you shrink? Even now, they're like four atom separations between, is it on or is it off? There's only 4 atoms between that state. It's getting too small for the physics. So what we need now is something that's not a base to architecture, and that's quantum. So the good news is quantum is amazing. It's already practical for algorithms. It's not yet general purpose or general temperature. You got to make the machines colder and only certain algorithms. So quantum in the next 10 years, with the help of AI, it should change all computing. Computers will still be 100 times faster than they are today. If you think AI is good today, what happens when the computing, the memory, and everything else made with lasers is 100 times faster, 100 times more dense? I'm talking like have more memory on this watch than what used to be a supercomputer. Yeah, that density is coming. So computers will be amazing, they'll be 100 times better, but quantum is really the next big answer. And that's about 10 years away, and they're solving it. If you go to arxiv.org and search on quantum, you'll see very practical algorithms now worth money. it could break all encryption. When you get a computer that's instantly 1,000 times faster, all the security encryption, all those things out there are useless. So there's going to be some big disruptions when quantum comes in a few years. Yeah. And if you want to email more, I'll be happy to email more, but I'll bore people. Sorry. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Sandra, and I'm a language consultant. We do translations and interpretation. And my question is, considering the apps that have been introduced that can be used, how do we ensure accuracy and cultural nuance? Because there is words that are mostly spoken in your language that are not necessarily in English or in the other language. How do we ensure that there's cultural nuance and proper understanding? And then how do we work with the apps very well, that we get to use them, but we also get to keep our people? Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, cultural and control. So, yeah, as I said earlier, 46% of internet is English. It's dominantly what's training the AI. And when I talk about developers, use Python because that's what's training AI. And I'll tell you, here's the only languages to use because that's what AI is good at. So more and more, imagine that automated driving is best with English. It's safer with English. In the short term, that's the case. Yeah. And so culturally, you have to go with where the big data sets and the big money is. That's also where the investment is. 20 trillion came to US in the first 6 months of last year. 20 trillion. Half of that will be invested in AI. So culturally, how do you sustain cultures? How do you prioritize cultures? Because it's not very fair right now. The #1 African language is Swahili. For internet training, that is 0.008%. That's #1. Yeah. That's ahead of Luganda, Arabic, and others. So how do you get culturally sensitive? And then how do you create models and language? I really like the first company that spoke earlier that has a CBO nonprofit with a heart to promote language. Yeah, this is very big. And then control is another one, because in the short term, the English trained models and the culturally trained are just raw data. Let me talk about AI for a minute. Imagine you move to a poorer neighborhood and your loan gets rejected. Had you stayed in your richer neighborhood, your loan would have been approved. The loan approval is pure AI. It has nothing to do with your income or your wealth. They're looking at a lot of indicators, but when your address changed, it could literally affect your loan or your interest rate. You'll have to pay more interest because you now live here. See how that works? It's looking at a lot more data than you realize. Is that fair? You're the same person. But data's looking at a lot of things. And it's going to sometimes work against you. You don't get the loan. Now the good news is AI is not a system of truth. It's not a, for example, AI can't say 71% chance they're guilty. You don't want that. You want 2 witnesses to say they're guilty. That's Deuteronomy 17. And the law system in Deuteronomy 17 and 19, it declares things like juries and law, things like that. Yeah, his word is truth, not AI. So that's another thing too. AI can never be the Rhema word. There's 2 words for word. Rhema is a dynamic special word from God. AI can never do that, obviously. And the other one is logic, logos. That's the other word for word. In the beginning was the word, logos, logic. AI can discover some of that. It can discover the law of gravity. It can discover other things like that are truth. So it can't create truth, but it can discover a pattern that looks like gravity or truth. That's all AI can do. It only knows the past. It doesn't know the future. It only knows the data you gave it. There are really limitations here. And those limitations are pretty cold on culture. Yeah. When you train a model, there's really 3 steps. The big step is the 10 trillion words tokens, and that gives you the big 11 models. That's raw and useless. From that, you do 1 million words, not 10 trillion. From that, you do 1 million words. You say, this is task specific. And it can do things like prompt, math, science, things like that. Notice it only took 1 million. People create those every week, every month. The 10 trillion one, that is 10 million times more expensive. They might only create that once a year, except Google. Yeah. There's actually a third model. If you only do the first 2 models and you've got all this task specific, then I can prompt it and I can ask questions like, how do I make a bomb? How do I sneak a bomb on an airplane? And it's going to be very helpful and tell me the best AI information out there and answer my question. So there's actually a third model. It's called preference training. And so there's another, give it 1 million words and fix that. There'll be a red team that'll ask all those hard questions, and hopefully you've built the model to not answer them. This is used for safety, security. It needs to be used for more cultural defense. So when you see preference training, how can preference training preserve culture and obviously nonviolence, safety, things like that. But it needs to be richer than just that. Yeah. How do you prioritize minority opinions in culture? Yes. So that'd be where you would fix the problem. Yeah. Communist governments use it. They use preference training to rewrite history. There's answers they don't want to give. And so you cannot ask those questions to their models. I could ask the same question in a communist-built model versus all the other models. And I'm going to get different answers on history. Yeah. So that's called preference training. It only takes 1 million tokens to do preference training. All this final training is using machine language skills. So we've talked about development, and we talked about model building. This training is actually a different skill set that's been around for 20 years. Yeah. Okay. Any more questions?
Thank you so much. My name is Godout. And I want to ask about, you've mentioned Claude.
Does it help to close this door? Maybe it does. Okay. Oh yeah, where the kids are, I just close the door. Okay, sorry, go ahead. Claude?
Yeah, you've mentioned Claude, N8N, languages like Python. Well, I'm asking this because I've interacted with them. So I wanted to know the combination of the 3. How powerful are they? And if I have those, what would you recommend next?
Yeah.
Then the other thing that we've heard about is how AI is going to replace developers. And what do you think about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. So which developer tools and AI replacing developers? So first of all, for those of you that are developers, you need to start with AI Studio and Cursor. AI Studio will be the tool you use for all design. Even non-developers can use it to compose music. It's incredible. Yeah, I didn't share that, but AI Studio, or just go to YouTube and ask how to use AI Studio to compose music. You're now the orchestrator, designer of music. It's amazing, and it's free. So AI Studio is for all design. All of your markdown for every part of a big software project should be done in AI Studio. It's better, it's the best at design. So if I'm building a piece of software that has 10 parts, it has a phone, it has a cloud, it has security, all 10 parts I'm going to design in AI Studio. After that, I have to code each of those 10 parts. I'm going to do that in Cursor. Cursor is an interactive dev environment that is AI driven. So I have to be careful with the camera on. So I was the original director of a competitor to Cursor. And I'm telling you that Cursor is the best, okay? So if you use any other tool out there, you're basically still driving the car. You're saying, use this to debug, use this to test, use this to deploy in production. You're doing like 10 different tools and you're driving the car. That's very painful and error prone because there's a human. When you use Cursor, it's asking you. It's like, I just tested the code and found a bug. Do you want me to fix it? That just saved you days. And now the customer doesn't ever see that bug. Yeah, don't deploy, you still need to refactor. You've got, 30 files and I can reduce it to 5 files. Why is it over-engineered? Yeah, refactor. So it's amazing. If I interviewed you for a software job, you better know AI Studio for design and Cursor for coding. When you use Cursor, the #1 language is Claude. Claude is the best at coding by far. How good is it? It is the #1 attack software in the world by China. They constantly have tens of thousands of bots asking millions of questions to Claude to reverse engineer it. Google that. Yeah, search for that. See, here's what's crazy. There are other AI that have much more training, much more data, much more money and budget, and Claude is still the best at code. Why? What's secret? What's different about their agents? And so if you're going to be a coder, you have to be good at Claude. But if you're going to code, use 3. Don't just use Claude, use 2 others. What you'll normally find, and this is called a panel of experts. You're asking 3 experts. So you design an AI Studio, and you take that markdown, and then you build that part. I'm going to build the phone app part of it. And so when I do the phone app, I'm going to ask all 3, Claude, Gemini, and GPT, write this for me. I'm going to do a phone app that plays a game and create the game. And I'll do it with all 3. Claude's usually going to be the best, but even then I'll learn from the others. Yeah. All of the big AI companies I coach that are very, very profitable, that's how they do it. They do AI Studio for the design, and they do Cursor for the code with a panel of 3 experts. And see, the challenge is you still have to know coding a little bit, you still have to know architecture a little bit, because when you're building code by AI, it can just go off the rails. It can give you 30 objects when 2 or 3 would work. It can solve a weird problem. So you have to architecturally understand, but you get an extra bonus when you're talking to 3 experts. If they're all 3 consistent, you're pretty safe. If one of them goes crazy and gets you this huge complex solution, you know there's a problem. So that's how all code should be done. And what was your last question again? So that's the right tools, that's the right process. What was your question? The last?
Thank you so much. The last question was about AI replacing developers.
Oh yes, impact, yeah. So the good and the bad. The bad news is if you're a pure coder, AI can replace you. Technically, 1 AI developer can do the work of 10. So what happens to the other 10 people? That is a huge impact. At the last conference like this, an AI developer asked me, he said, I'm a pure AI developer. I don't want to minor in business. I don't want to learn anything else. I just like to code. He says, what's my future like? And I said, imagine you're driving a car 200 kilometers an hour for the rest of your life, and so is everybody else because they want to run faster than you. I said, you're going to be miserable. I said, that's what it's going to feel like to be a pure AI developer. Now what you can do, you can learn business. When you speak business and you can make it 10 times more productive and you can help everybody, or you can start your own business. You, the developer, start your own business. When you get a business minor, you've got a lot of choices. When you know a little bit of business and you can make money, your employer's going to take care of you. If you're just a coder, the next teenager can generate 10 times the code and you're just like them. You have to know business. Do you know what? I've done this development for decades. I've worked in the largest companies. I've partnered with the largest companies. I've evaluated over 1,000 software companies to buy or invest in. So I have some insights. And you ask the future of software, and you really have to be near the money. The only people I've seen in software that have a good family life and balance are the ones that are into security. You can't outsource the security. You keep learning more and more on security. They actually have weekends and evenings. The ones that are near the data. You can't take the data and say, we're going to outsource the data. We're going to trust that other country with the customer list, with the pricing list, with things like that. It's like, no, you're not. So the things that are always going to be inside the company that they'll take very good care of those people are the security people and the data people. And all the people in software that work those two jobs, they have weekends, evenings, and family. And the ones that are really good at business, and it can even be specific to legal, medical, something like that. If you're good at something besides just pure software, you'll build up your knowledge more and more of making money for your customer. If you are pure software, you're going to feel miserable at 200 kilometers an hour forever, and there'll be other people chasing you forever. And there's nothing to stop them from overrunning you. So that's the good news, it's preventable. The bad news, and there's people that just love software. Those days are gone. Okay, thanks. Sorry it took a while, but I wanted to explain. How many more questions? More?
Thank you again. My name is Byron. I'm going to start with what you talked about blockchain. And I run a startup, and when I think about international transactions, I think blockchain. Yeah, so are you telling me that considering blockchain for my international transactions is a mistake? Okay, and then the other question is, I am going to go a few slides back to SiteGround. Yeah, and hopefully this will help other people. Okay, like I said, I run a startup, and what we are basically looking to do is to outplace software engineers with other startups. We have changed our business model already twice. At first, we were looking to work with larger tech companies. Now we have zeroed down to working with early stage startups. Yeah, and what we do with that is we outplace our engineers with these early stage startups, and the goal is to either help them build a new MVP or improve an already existing MVP. Yeah, and if you run a tech startup, I am happy to have a chat later on. But going back to SiteGround, yeah. My question is, what are the limitations with SiteGround? Okay, do I use only, because you talked heavily about WordPress, yeah? Do I only stick to WordPress themes, or we can just go out and be flexible and do custom themes? And the other one is, like I said, we are working with early stage startups now, and what we want to do is to improve efficiency and productivity. We are trying to now automate the vetting process, yeah, and matching with the clients now. Now, does SiteGround handle that much of a heavy lifting, or it does like light work? Yeah, and
sure.
Then the last one is we were rebranding and trying to rebuild our website, okay, to include the new changes. So we are trying to purchase a hosting of VPS. Okay, that's about $175 for 24 months. So the other question is it wise to replace that VPS with SiteGround hosting?
Okay, wow. Okay, so blockchain, SiteGround, VPS hosting. So as far as SiteGround goes, is if you want the managed environment because you want WordPress, WooCommerce, You know, you want them to manage your email. You want them to manage your backup and basic services like that. And they can do more services if you want a pro package. So if you want those kind of services, SiteGround and similar can do all that for you. Many websites will have actually two. They'll have the WordPress website because it's so fast to do, forms, e-commerce, things like that, customer database. And then if you have a pure app can be mobile, or it can also be hosted on a server or web. So there'll be websites that are both. They're the WordPress and all the advantages of a managed environment, and then a pure app where you need to control everything because you're moving data, you're moving money, and you want more like an app than a website. And really a WordPress website is just a content database. That's all it is. It's lots of content for serving up pages and things like that. So it sounds like you may need both. You may need the SiteGround for WordPress features, and SiteGround also gives you the chance to put your own apps up there, unmanaged. So when managed helps you, great. In fact, I would do managed for everything, and only when I needed to have raw control would I pay for my own IT staff to do my own apps. Does that make sense? I'm all about speed. If they give me a working car, I'm going to use their car. If I need to really change the engine later, I'm going to do that. So, and then the VPS. So when you really need security and performance, then it's the same kind of answer. Even things like SiteGround, there are VPS options that you can pay extra, use tools, and you can have much more secure networking and much faster networking. So to scale, I always like to start at the finish line. I always like to start by being done. So I never want to just give me nothing and I've got to build everything. That takes too long. So that's another example. What I would start with SiteGround, and then how much do I need to manage myself because of my extreme performance needs or my extreme network private needs. Yeah. So that will help that. Going back to the blockchain question is understand both what it is, how insecure it is, how much it's been hacked, and does it really help you? The whole benefit is distributed trust. You're saying, I no longer want a central bank. I want each of us to trust each other. If there was an open, simple version of that, that would be great. But right now, there are solutions out there where you trust this distributed trust. Well, that looks a lot like central because you're the only one with control. You're the only one with the code and the control, and you could literally put in a back door and take all of our money later. And that's happened over 50 times. Blockchain, and they're talking billions of dollars. Yeah, very, very insecure. I know there's lots of excitement about blockchain and lots of look at the value going up, and like a Ponzi scheme, like a lot of historical things that go up in value, and then nobody asks the question, wait a minute, what are you building? What's going up in value? What's the product? What's the customer? It's like, no, it's like watching gambling go up in value. It's like, I don't get it. Yeah. See, I can take 10 kilograms of maize and I can get 3,000 kilograms in an acre and do that twice a year forever. I can take my $30 and 10 kilograms of DK777 maize and I can get $9,000 an acre twice a year forever. If I gamble that $30, I get $15. If I spend it on a wedding, I get $0. I'm going to take $30, 10 kilograms, and I'm going to have lifetime earnings. Yeah. So, yeah, severe concerns, email me for more. I do say that this is public information. I don't want any big blockchain company suing me, but this is public information with severe, severe concerns. Good. Okay. Anybody got a... And there's a lot of questions that have short answers, by the way.
Hi, Rosalie Olunloyo, people developer.
Oh.
Simple. Where's our future? So human resources, coaching,
Yeah.
etc. That's question one. Question 2, we currently use, for example, Calendly, yeah, to help with
Good.
our workflow. Is it best to learn the AI around that, or to dump it and just pick up AI?
Yeah.
Yeah?
So,
Thank you.
no. When you have something work it, you don't, you don't abandon. So Calendly is a good example. When that is doing a lot of your HR scheduling and meetings, great. Now you can optimize it with forms. You can do all this pre-steps with forms. And so AI and forms and things will help you a little bit. But the hub of a lot of this meetings is going to be Calendly. And I know a lot of companies that they get that big relational sales using Calendly. So that's a great way to go. So again, if you have an existing product, forms, workflow, those things can help. If there's any apps that could feed into Calendly, it works with Make. If Calendly can feed into something else, that works with Make. So now you can chain them together and you can prompt each one of them, including prompting Calendly. Hopefully it has a prompt interface. HR is a good career, but like a lot of things, it's being automated. So how can you make sure you add value when the employee beside you is doing the work of 10? They're scanning 10 resumes. You know, they're saying which one is the best employee, who's the best fit, who should be hired. All those HR tasks can now scale 10x with AI. So how do you add value? And how do you report value? Don't just build AI, report your value. Have AI generate a report that says, oh, we hired this many employees that were in this category that made the company this much more money. See how that works? Yeah, you get to write your own report card. See, and report cards, maybe you're not as good at some subjects as others, but you get to write your own report card and say, here's my brag sheet. Here's where AI says I did really well. Document that. That's also going to guide all of your HR tasks going forward. How effective is training? A lot of these kind of skills in HR, they need measured. AI is really good at monitoring, measuring, seeing patterns. So even in HR, AI should be helping you a lot. Good. Okay. And by the way, almost like get a minor in your company's business. Learn your business, your company. It used to be another example where pure HR people didn't even need to know what their company was doing. Now they do. Yeah. Good.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for your presentation. My name is Johnson Biaranga. I'm an AI developer
Good.
with an agri-tech company.
Good.
And I'm also a startup co-founder. Yeah, my question, I have almost 2 questions. Almost 2 questions, yeah. Yeah, my first question is Odoo. You talked about Elementor, how it's not good.
Yeah.
What's your say on Odoo? Odoo.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
one question.
Okay.
Yeah. The second question is about OpenCrawl.
YPro? Okay.
OpenCrawl.
Open code.
Yeah. What's your say about how safe is it? It's all over the place. I don't know what you say about it.
You're talking about general open code in general?
OpenCrawl.
Open cloud. Okay.
Yeah. How safe is it? Because it's all over the place. Eh?
Yeah.
The third question is you talked about how we should build models. Yeah. How do you advise someone to build from scratch and not just build wrappers around LLMs, but build from scratch, especially in this part of the world where computing is, we don't have good computing. Yeah, thank you.
Good. Okay. So I counted 3 questions. Almost 4. So, yeah, the first one, I would have to look at it, and you're still going to get challenged on price. So the beauty of Salient is a professional quality editor tool, and you pay once for life. I'm not aware of any others. All of the others for editing websites are hundreds of dollars per website per year versus $60 one time for life. And you still get hundreds of templates and useful tools. Yeah. When you look at Salient and see what it can do, I can't imagine. Now, there's many other web tips that are in our workbook that'll, it'll be part of your AI model. There's many other tips we could give you there. The most popular free tool is Elementor. They put a lot of features into their free tool. Regretfully, both their free tool and their pro tool have severe vulnerabilities. Other categories of tools, I don't know all of them, but in the case of the pro version of the tool you're describing is probably hundreds of dollars per website per year versus Salient, $160 and you're good for life. Yeah, it's very, very convenient. Now your second question about OpenCloud. So I will have to look at specific features. Feel free to follow up with me with email. As far as just scaling cloud, you have to be very careful to stay open. So even these big clouds like AWS and Google and others, they'll hold back a feature and say, if you want our secure product, you have to use our closed version of the database of something essential. So you have to be very, very careful because now you're locked in. All of your data, all of your tool skills and all of your tools for deployment, all that, you're really only going to work with that cloud. You're locked in. So how do you stay open and not get locked in? There's actually techniques and tools to help you a lot, but you're going to leave a few features out there because these companies purposely hold back something like security and say, well, our only secure database is our closed database. Yeah. Even their closed database is using a standard tool. It's still Postgres. It's still something major, but they say the closed one added this feature, and they're trying to get you to move over to the closed one. It's like a golden cage. It looks good and it's golden. It's a cage. Yeah. So, and your last question was models. So we'll talk about that later, but models can either be built from your data, and we highly recommend Pinecone. Pinecone Vector Database is the best at building models, and we'll show you compared to competitors and others. The other option is to pull from the big models, the big 11 models that have open weights. We highly recommend Gemma 4. So, do you want to train your new model based on somebody else's big set of data weights? Well, if you don't have data, you don't have a choice. But if you have data, which is much, much better, do Pinecone and build your own. You might need to do both a little bit, and you start by using a big open weight to build your model and get your customers happy. But you're so dependent on that big data company. You have much more control, much more money. I mean, investors would want to give you a lot more money if you have your own data. How soon can you collect your own data and build your own model with Pinecone? There are other similar tools. I'll show you tomorrow why Pinecone is so much better than any other vector database. Yeah. And don't forget the process we showed. First, does the customer even like your data and your value? And so you start with something like NotebookLM and get the customer feedback. This is how you build a car. You do the dashboard first. If they like that, then you build the car. You're going to waste way too much time building everything and then finding out nobody wants it. But once you get the customer feedback of how they're going to use the model, and the business team can do this. That's who you want to be talking to the customer. Your business team to use NotebookLM to put in front of the customer all the knowledge they want to pay for. When they like that, then you go get the data and build your model with Pinecone. Yeah. And that the ICT team's going to do. Good. And we can follow up. Yeah. Because when I hear you're building models, I want to help. So, yeah. So, yes. Back. How many more questions do you want? That's the absolute last. Okay. That's the last question. Thanks.
I can see Peter's face. Seems. Now, just information on Odoo. I thought I could just add my voice on that. People who are in business and specifically in a sector called trade, Odoo could be helpful. Then, my name is Nshuti Elve, and I'm a software engineer. This is my request. This is all beautiful. However, can we have, I don't know how to call it, is it beyond just today's session or today's conference, where now people go hands-on? How do we collect this data?
Yes.
We are talking about data, but some people even here have this data, but they don't know how to correct it. And a lot has been said, and if we follow the adult learning principles,
yes,
they are going to forget. They may remember a few things, but they're doing, that's where the learning
Yes.
happens. Second, that was my first request, that we have a hands-on. It can be a week, it can be a 1 month mentorship. Then at the end of this conference, for those who are a bit high, are we going to be able to get these frameworks for building these models? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Yes and yes. No. So the first question, hands-on. Yeah, I mean, it would be easy to show you how to use Notebook LM, show you how to use Gemini and AI Studio, things like that. We're happy to do that. And then when we have the right audience, we're happy to do deeper ones. So if you want to, I want to work with Peter. So let's say the audience was people that really wanted to learn Cursor, and you were willing to install it, then I would love to do a Zoom on just Cursor, using Claude for the coders. The other 80% of people may not like that, but I would love that. So let's schedule that. Same thing with Pinecone. Here's probably the ones I would use. Cursor, well, I would use AI Studio for design. So here's some follow-up Zooms, if you're up for it. AI Studio for design, Cursor for coding, Pinecone for building models from data, and then N8N for low-level automation, where you have to have custom control of it, and you keep the cost really low. As nice and friendly as Make is, it will cost you about 10 times too much at scale. See, N8N, you're actually not going to pay for anything extra, okay? Yeah, N8N is like raw control. It'd be like taking your car, taking off all those extra parts like seats and metal, because you're going to get the best fuel efficiency. I mean, N8N, you can control everything. So I would suggest we follow up with 4 Zooms for the developers. Okay, AI Studio, Cursor, and that is going to be your main day-to-day coding. And then the third one, Pinecone for building models, and the fourth one, N8N for automation. We may discuss a fifth one for agent. Does that sound good? Merry Christmas. Yeah, you just cost us a lot of time. No, so yeah, this sounds very, very practical. I want to do everything with Peter, and we will ask for one thing, that you install it and that you look at a YouTube video, okay? So as long as you're willing to ramp up, we'll do that. So today we're going to show much simpler demos, but we could do this, I mean, yeah. I am back, May 2nd, I land back in US. I'm only here 2 months this trip. So yeah, I would love to start scheduling those. Good. Also, we have an AI developer here in town. So this is Israel Hamba, and he is getting his master's in AI from Europe. In fact, he's probably got to leave soon to take one of his classes. But yeah, so we can even have in-room training. So when we write this, it won't just be for you and Zoom, but if you could get a critical mass of people, it could be in the room and the same requirements. Did you install in advance? Did you watch the YouTube? Okay? We really want to value your time. We don't want to waste the entire class for you doing an install. We'll say, here's the YouTube for install. Watch the YouTube install. Here's the YouTube for the basics. If you do those 2 things, then it's worth Israel's time. Good. So I'll split the workload with him. Whatever he wants, he can have first. And the things he doesn't want, I'll pick up. So you're in very good hands. He's very, very good. Good. Okay. Thanks. I'm serious. Merry Christmas. Yeah. If you're an AI developer, you should be very, very happy. And if you're not an AI developer, we just saved you a lot of pain watching a demo. Okay. Good. Okay. We've covered questions. Let me give back the agenda.
Another round of applause to Mr. Tim Abels. Thank you so much, Tim. It's been amazing. We're going to go off for a lunch break just for 40 minutes. I'll just share with us one of the strategies Apmo has shared about conferences before. He has shared that one of the things he learned about conferences is when you're heading there, make sure you, at the bare minimum, pick up one thing at the bare minimum that you're going to strive to implement. And we've been able to cover so many things. Building websites. I know some of you don't have websites, but the tools he shared there are a big starting point, because AI needs data. And for you to use your data to capture data, you need either a site, you need forms, and all the tools that he was sharing with us give us practical ways to do that. Tim also showed us how to use AI in even other fields, things like agriculture, how you have a weed killer, you have a device for cows, you have a fruit gripper. So all these are very powerful things, especially if you're in the agriculture space. So that should get your mind buzzing if you're in the agriculture space. That might be the thing that you can run with, so that the follow-up questions you're asking are leaning in on that specifically. All these are available, but they'll apply to us differently. If you already have a website, then SEO, search engine optimization, but also the next level, AI SEO, that when people are chatting with GPT, with Gemini, you are being the one being referred to in the results, because that's where this thing is going. People are no longer going to, that search traffic is going to die more and more, and people more and more are going to get results and believe what the AI gives them. So what is that thing you're picking, and how does it apply for your business? Maybe just one other thing. I'll just lean in on this. I've noticed in some conversations, not here of course, that some people tend to zone out when prices are attached to software. So when a thing goes up and they say $15 per month, some people black out. They are not here. But I'm helping them. They might be online. The thing about software is you need to see it as an investment. Don't look at it as an expense. What would it cost you to have a tool that is 24/7 getting you data accurately about your customers? If you had to pay someone to do that for you, what would you be paying them? Would you be paying them $15? How much is that? 50K a month. Does it make sense? The moment you see software as an investment that is meant to bring a return to your business, you will stop switching off when you're being shown that this thing is going to cost you $15 a month. And for all the tools Tim graciously shared with us, all of them have a free starting point, which means you can try it, start to use it, start to gain value from it, and when you've derived enough value, you then upgrade to the paid tier. Does it make sense? So there are so many tools. This one, he showed us tools that cost a one-time fee of $60. Like literally for $60, you can have a website. What he explained is that thing, when you buy it, you can, if you even created other websites, you can use the same thing you used and now just change it. Your personal website, the website for your business, the website for your friend who seems to need a website but they don't know it yet. You paid once, but you're using the exact same tool to do all these different things at $60, a one-time cost. So I want you to pick what is that thing that applies to you. And if you have questions, then let your questions be very relevant to the thing that you need to unlock. There are so many other questions. You know, you could ask about the broomstick of Jehu, the 4 horsemen in Revelation. Because Tim is a man of the word, he's a man of tech. He can answer so many things. But for now, my encouragement is lean in. How do you make this tech come alive in your situation? and even get past the dollars, $15, $20, get past those barriers. If you're going to be running a global business, you're here, you're praying for nations, but paying $30 for a tool. Am I preaching? Am I teaching? Am I helping someone? Global business leaders. $15 a tool. Global business. Am I making sense? All right, so let's pray. Father, we thank you so much for the amazing gift you've sent us and all the things we are learning. We thank you that witty inventions are a thing from you. And so that as we sit, as we learn, you're opening our minds to even all the things that we can do. As we head out for a brief lunch break, we pray, Lord, that you'll bless the hands that prepared the food, that will enjoy it, and that will be back to keep learning and being equipped to go further, faster for the kingdom. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen. Awesome. So join me in celebrating and ushering out. Will you be heading out for lunch? Okay. Tim loves to take questions. So he's
All right, I'm going to request the people on the guest experience team to help me get the rest of the people back in the room for our very last session of today. Guest experience team, please help me get the people who are at the Breen Cafe, who are outside, to get back in the room, and we will be completing today's session.
Websites. I had initially asked a question about how I can use AI to make a website for my travel company, and he has just given me a rundown of how everything can easily be done, and that's the first thing I'm going to begin with. Go and make a website for my travel company.
She's going to go and make a website for her travel company. Just like that. Reflections. You people, I don't want to believe that you came and nothing is being changed in your minds. I'll be feeling bad about having organized this and people didn't get anything.
Hello once again. Actually, I had started, my parents supported me. I started agricultural business. I was farming maize, onions, chicken, so many. So yeah, So, but actually I realized it's easier if you use AI for advertisements because it takes a lot of time calling people and also making prompts, flyers and stuff. It's
So
really
how are you going to use AI to make the advertisements? We now know she's going to use AI to create a website for her business.
I'm going to use AI to help me create adverts like on YouTube and other platforms like Instagram, and also help with our website, and also an application because I need data from my customers and know whether I really took the things in time or the time.
So
difference.
KYC is what you're going to use AI for. Good. Uh-huh.
Thank you so much. My name is Rachel. So for me, one thing that has really stood out for me is knowing that AI can actually create videos of longer than 3 minutes. Earlier on, actually last week, I made a video. After creating this video, the client says, I don't want the color of that car. It has to be like, maybe let's try and make it another color. So I had to use some other AI tool. Like he told me to use AI to actually change the color of the car. Going to AI, he paid money. I actually told him some AI, I don't even remember the name. So I got the name, it was recommended by ChatGPT. So we paid the money, around $35. Putting the video in, I realized it can only work on 10-second videos. I almost died. Yeah, so I had to actually tell the client, you know what, this AI tool is not going to work actually. So let's turn around. Now when Tim was teaching, I realized Google View can actually make videos, actually, I think free of charge. And I'm just like, we need to learn actually more. We need to just want to learn more.
He has something to say. Mike Rana. Okay, you come that side. That side people have not yet told us anything. This side people have been learning. They are building websites. They are changing colors of cars in videos. Yeah, so they said, what are we going to work? We can't leave this place like we came. I believe that there is a lot of challenge in this room. You can't say you've been seated here for 5 hours just to go home and do nothing. Representatives from this side, he's resuscitating the whole row.
Yeah, thank you
The
very
whole
much.
column.
I didn't attend the second session, but I did attend the first one. So I've been having a lot of ideas about generating animation videos which are from biblical stories.
Okay.
But I had tried using certain AI tools before, but I wasn't liking the quality. But today I learned about like how I can be able to prompt the AI, using AI to make much better quality outputs. So I think that's majorly what I'm going to work on. Thank you.
Using AI to prompt AI. There's power here. The whole side has been redeemed by one person. I like it so much. Who of you here feel like your business is going to benefit from this conversation? Yeah, the business people are benefiting a lot more. Which developer today came and you feel like, just give me the laptop after here, just hand me the laptop? Developers in the room, are you being helped? So, we were supposed to be going into breakout sessions to have one-on-one conversations. However, we are going to have an open discussion this afternoon with Tim. He's going to share a few things in the next 1 hour. We're going to use a few conversations with him. I don't know whether I want to take questions. Tim, you'd like to take questions? Yeah, so he's going to take open questions. Okay. He's going to do 2 demos and take open questions. Is that okay? As opposed to us splitting, we could benefit better from the demos and the questions. Good. So you have had questions, eh? Yeah, they said Apostle has a book called Uncommon Pursuit about the Queen of Sheba, 18 lessons from the Queen of Sheba. She had very hard questions. So people have very hard questions for you, Tim. I don't know whether you're ready to answer them. So with a very thunderous clap, let's make welcome our trainer, Mr. Tim Ebels.
Okay, I'm going to set up the demo real quick. So hopefully, it displays up there. Yeah, if I can display live, who's ever in the back? Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, so I was actually just going to demonstrate using Notebook LM. I thought you might enjoy this. So this is a real example, and on the far left there, I gave this 3 workbooks. I could have done 50. And I'm also going to do links to things eventually, like, Africa Trade Agreement, Uganda tax revenue, things like that. So the ones that are there are personal finances, how to start up a company, and theology of work. What does the Bible say about work? And then for fun, I put in a couple of evidences ones that's unrelated to business. That way I could demonstrate more and turn things on and off. So let me do a couple of prompts here. And I'm going to just do simple prompts for this. So for example, I could prompt something like detail who should go to university versus vocational. Sure.
Why don't you show us how did you get your documents to this point?
Okay, so basically I clicked on add sources up here. So in the top left, I can click on add sources and put them in there. What's beautiful is I go to the very, very top up here, which is notebooklm.google.com. Once I make my notebook, then I can use it on my phone. So as long as one of you makes a notebook, then everyone that goes to the website can use that notebook like in your company. So if you created a company brain of all of your company PDFs and key things like that, then all the major prompts about your company, you should be able to do the internal knowledge. So I've done this with 3 workbooks, and we're going to give Peter and you ultimately the workbooks for business, AI business, web, farming, and many others, okay? So we've done that with 300-page workbooks here. And now my first question, that I'm just a normal prompt, detail who should go to university versus vocational. And I'll just add and provide 10 pro tips. So that's a pretty random prompt. Let's see what happens. So it's going to pull from my documents only. That's much nicer than going to internet. See, you should still use the internet for a lot of your Gemini, which is going to be my next demo, but this is more for, closed research. And so here's the answer. Who should go to university? If you're doing a major in medicine, law, civil engineering, math-based, computer science, go to university. If you want to start a company, if you want potential revenue of owning a company, vocational is getting interesting. And so here's what to avoid. Avoid getting a degree that won't get you a job. It has the highest expense and the lowest return. See, I didn't even ask for that. So here's a table comparison. Can everybody see this? Okay, so the top 10% should go to university. If you're good at things that AI cannot do, such as plumbing with your fingers, and for very low upfront cost, in just 2 years, you can have a very good income from vocational, like electrical, plumbing, things like that. Yeah. And so there's enough details. And then I asked for some pro tips. Here's a pro tip. In your very first month of university, learn your tool. If you're a software person in your first month of university, learn Python. Isn't that a good pro tip? What good does it do if you get your real money-making skill the day before you leave university? First month, real skill. You're a bookkeeper, first month, learn QuickBooks. Yeah, learn your real moneymaker in the first month. Then you have 4 years to get better and better. Nobody's going to tell you that, are they? Yeah, you want to get internships? You want to have the biggest companies that want you after 4 years of experience? Everybody has to work hard. Everybody has to do 4 years. But if you work smart, you learn your money-making skill first month. Ready for this? You also start a company the first month. In your first month of university, learn your money-making skill and start a company. Only 20% of first companies are successful. Your first company is about learning. Do you know web? Come join. Do you have a laptop? You know sales? Come join. You've only got a smartphone? Okay, you can join. So about 5 of you start a company and learn. When you do this, 80% of your second company will be successful. See the difference? Your first company with 5 of you, you'll each own 20%, and your chances of being successful are only 20%. Your second company, you will own 100% of it. When you learn a big secret in your first company, that's your second company. See the difference? This 2-step to learn a company and the second to make the money. Teach your kids, your nephews and nieces, anybody young, teach them to do this. They will be when they do their first company, they will learn 10 times faster, 10 times more in their first company. The first company is about learning. The second company is about owning 100% because you already know how to do web, sales, everything from your first company. Okay? Not bad. Go fast. University is not fast. Starting a company, that's real. That's fast. So, there's my prompt, and it has many, many other tips. Yeah, a lot of good tips. Okay, I could go on and on. I'll just do a couple more. I also put some Christian evidences in there. I thought that might be fun. Let's do one of those. Detail, 15 evidences for the resurrection. Evidence. Okay. So, yeah, give me 15 evidences for the resurrection. Is that interesting? I could have done unique Bible. I could have done lots of other things. I could have said, give me 100 errors in any other religious book. All other major religions say the earth is flat. All of them. Yeah. Some of them say the earth is held up by turtles. It's held up by elephants. Yeah, I just described Hindu and Buddhist. What if the elephant sneezes? What if the turtle goes to the bathroom? Why can't I smell it? Okay? Yeah. So, 15 evidences. Number 1, the empty tomb. You can visit the empty tomb of every other religious leader. That's why they're all scared to die. That's why you feed them and become friends, and then you talk about the resurrection and tell them your testimony and your hope, because they don't have that. Yeah. Number 2, 500 eyewitnesses that 1 Corinthians 15:5 says they're still alive. Go talk to them. No other book has one miracle in the lifetime of the audience. When Jesus fed 5,000 in Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, nobody said he only fed 3. They were eyewitnesses. On the day of Pentecost, the apostles said, you saw the earth turn dark. You saw the tombs wake up. You saw the Holy of Holies curtain tear. You saw it. Wow. Dark from noon till 3 p.m. No other religion has miracles in a lifetime. The biggest religion shifted from Saturday to Sunday. The 12 cowards turned into 12 evangelists. What changed? Maybe maybe he didn't die. Maybe he was really sick from all the torture, and he told the 12 cowards, I've got this great money-making idea. We're going to trick the world. And suddenly the 12 cowards turned into 12 brave evangelists. Would that have motivated them? Would that have told murdering Saul to now be Paul that writes half the New Testament? Yeah, how do you change people like that? Yeah. I'm just going to go through a few more. Number 7, the crucifixion details in Psalm 22, where King David describes a Roman crucifixion, hands and feet pierced, no bones broken. That's not a Jewish stoning with lots of broken bones. How did David know this 1,000 years before Jesus and 500 years before Rome existed? How? No other book has one prophecy. Yeah. The Bible's got 300 about Jesus, 1,800 total. So these are just some evidences. The 7 feasts in Leviticus 23, they're killing the Passover lamb in the same city, day, and hour that Jesus dies. Think about that. The first feast, Passover, kill the lamb. Second feast, unleavened bread, hasn't risen yet. Same day and hour Jesus is buried. Third feast, they have a feast on a Sunday. Why did Jews have feast on a Sunday about first fruits? Jesus was resurrected that hour and city. And the fourth feast, Pentecost, all in Leviticus 23. And Leviticus 23:32 means day begins at 6 p.m. So you can actually match the day, and this is all happening in Jerusalem. I'm sure the Jews didn't mean for that. And lots and lots of evidences. Okay, yeah. His brothers were witnesses. I think James and Jude, that wrote books of the Bible, would know if that was Jesus or not. I think Dr. Luke would know. Yeah, and on and on. Okay, so that's 15. Isn't that interesting? And those are the kind of questions I can ask. So here's where it gets more fun. Over here, I can say, give me a slide deck. So I'm going to say, give me a short slide deck, and I'm going to prompt, I'm going to say, give me 10 slides on something like this. How do I start a business? Because this is the business case, and I stuck in a couple of evidences. I've already created some slides. Let me go ahead and show you some, okay? I didn't create any of these. Notebook LM did. So here's a couple. So AI created this entire PowerPoint. I said, give me, more reasons for resurrection, and it pulled from those little files and generated this. So here's one. I can go visit the dead bodies of every other religious leader. Why can't I visit the dead bodies of Jesus? Wouldn't the Romans and Jews want to create the dead body? Wouldn't that, they have no motivation. Yeah. And here, it's like maybe he faked it. How did that motivate other people? Maybe they stole the body. Why would they live such sacrificial lives? None of those things make sense. What about the eyewitnesses? What about hostile witnesses? Paul, people like that. What about this prophecies? Many prophecies describing his death, burial, and resurrection. What about Jesus himself, 10 times in Matthew saying he'll be resurrected? I didn't create one slide. And on and on. Yeah. From just 1 Corinthians 15, if Christ wasn't raised, we're all in trouble. But he was raised, here's the good news. If he wasn't raised, here's more bad news. But he was raised, here's the good news. And every slide here, in the tool, I can basically say, change this slide to a table. Change this slide to 3 columns. I could just do that with any slide here. Let me give you one more example. So I basically said, create a PowerPoint of how to start a generous company that would last for 3 generations. That was my prompt. And so it pulled from my own files. It said, here's how to do it. Move from farming to factory and AI. Make 100 times the money. Make sure the company is spiritual first, economically lifting the village, socially helping, and environmentally helping. I didn't create any of this. Make sure you're not just in the path of money from the poor to the rich. That's exploiting. That's just building toll booths. That's being evil like a land broker or a wedding broker. Their goal is just to steal more of God's money. That's their only goal. Yeah. No, this is actually building something, doing something, using their gift from God. How are you, the owner, protecting the real purpose of your company like a vault? And then who should start a company? Who are the founders? And on and on. And Deuteronomy 15 says there'll be no poor among you if you do 2 things. Everyone has a moneymaker and everyone works. And then God promises no poor among you. Yeah. It's a system with no poor. So it literally created these. Money doubles at 24% every 3 years. Is it doubling for you, or you do have a bank loan and it's doubling for the bank? A 9-year bank loan, you'll pay the full amount 4 times. You'll pay the full amount every 3 years. The 3rd year, 6th year, 9th year, and pay for the land. A 9-year land loan, you'll pay 4 times. So is money doubling for you, or is it doubling for the bank? Why does the bank charge 24%? That's the maximum blood a mosquito can suck and keep you alive. Okay? Yeah. They didn't just randomly come up with a number. They came up with a number of what your healthy company should be doing. You're motivated to work hard and pay them back. And if not, they'll take your land. Yeah. So you get the idea. And how do you create a legacy for at least 3 generations? Again, AI generated all those slides. I can also generate audio, video. So I could go audio here, and I could say, give me a deep dive on one of these subjects, and it's just going to be 2 people talking. Let's say I want to learn the Africa Trade Agreement. That is 1,500 pages. I might say, give me a 30-minute audio that I can listen to in the car ride. Isn't that nice? Give me a 30-minute summary. Yeah, and how do I benefit? By having the bill of origin, so no taxes and tariffs on anything. So, do you want me to play an audio, or have you heard enough? Audio? Okay, I'm going to give you an audio. You will be surprised. So I have all these. Do I want short, long? Do I want 2 people talking, etc.? So I went ahead and I generated this. And now here's an audio. I'll put my microphone near it. Okay. see. Why can't I hear it? Just a minute.
Listener. Today, we are impartially reporting the viewpoints contained in these specific religious texts. We aren't taking sides or endorsing these views.
Right, we are simply conveying the original arguments exactly as they are presented in the material.
Absolutely. The goal here is understanding the architecture of their argument, which they build in two massive phases. First, by laying out 12 categories of evidence for why the Bible is a completely unique text.
And second, by presenting 15 distinct points of evidence for the resurrection of Jesus.
It is a remarkably dense synthesis of history, science, and theology.
Okay, let's unpack this, starting with those 12 categories of a unique text. I mean, I was looking through the science and prophecy sections of these workbooks, and they throw out this massive number, 1,239 Old Testament prophecies.
Right, they aren't just vaguely saying the text predicted things.
No. They're essentially building a statistical probability case to argue it couldn't possibly be a coincidence.
And they pair that prophetic claim with early science. The sources argue the text contains scientific facts millennia before modern science caught up. For instance, they point to Isaiah 40.21, describing the earth as round roughly 2,300 years before it was widely accepted.
That is actually pretty wild to think about. And they also point out that Leviticus 17 linked the concept of life directly to blood long before modern medicine understood the circulatory system.
Exactly. But the workbooks don't just stick to ancient science. They lean heavily into history and eyewitness accounts. They emphasize that the miracles described were performed in the lifetime of the audiences reading about them.
Meaning, if they were fake, the people actually living there could have easily refuted them.
Precisely. They also point to meticulously accurate historical geography and genealogy.
Yeah, it's like accurately listing those.
Is that enough? Yeah. So basically, you can create two people disclosing something as a deep discussion, and you can actually add yourself into it. You can insert yourself into the discussion and add more prompts, and they will adjust it. So if they didn't emphasize something enough, you actually insert yourself as a third person and ask your question, and they will adjust their conversation. So you can generate this content. This Notebook LM is a content generator for your website, for your campaigns, for training PowerPoints, I mean HR tools, you know, and also things like audio. I want to listen to audio about these different things. And anything you create, you can still edit. Edit each slide individually. Edit any part of this conversation and just insert yourself. Interesting. Yeah. So that's one. Now we're going to demonstrate Gemini, okay? So, by the way, there are many other things here. You can do an infograph if you like bar charts, things like that. Video, want to make a movie? You can do all that kind of stuff here. Just very, very nice. So here is AI Studio with Gemini. I can do 1 million words a day. So some of the companies I was talking to, you know, it'd be fun to put some of those prompts in here. So here's what I always start prompts with. You're an expert in all these things. So let's do that. And so somebody asked earlier, how can AI help HR? Okay, so let's go ahead and ask that. Detail how AI, okay, detail 10 ways AI can help an HR add value to, add value, okay. Can help HR add value. Okay. So notice I did the, you are going to fix it, tell me how your prompt is better, and you're going to give me the results. Okay? Yeah. And I could have also said, put it in a table, give a summary, give the top tips, the most important tips, put it in sorted order. I could have done all that. But the main thing I did was to tell AI to prompt AI. So here's 10 ways. So first, it tells me that it has improved my prompt. That it says, act as a senior strategic HR consultant and AI integration architect. Isn't that nice? And let me make this larger. Okay, is that easier to read? Yeah. Okay. So the improved prompt, act as a senior strategic HR consultant, AI integration architect, and now develop an AI HR value matrix. Detail 10 high-impact interventions where agentic AI and predictive analysis transforms HR into a strategic value driver. Wow. And by the way, I would always add, you know what my next prompt would be? Detail how to generate reports about how HR adds value. So don't just do the work, justify why you exist. Yeah, you want to, and so show me the metrics where we can add value and make the company money. There's only 2 departments that matter in a company. The product development and the marketing, and everything else is a cost center. Yeah, the only companies that make money are the people that build the product and the people that paint it and sell it. That's it. Everybody else is going to be eliminated by HR, eliminated by AI, or slowly driven to less and less money. If you work in a big company, get into one of those 2 departments. If you're anywhere else, justify your existence. Ask AI how to do reports to your boss, how to do reports to the finance people, how money can keep coming your way. Yeah. So parameters, yeah. So this is very similar to graphs where it's goal, role, audience, etc. It even has the tone here, professional, visionary, data-centric. And they're selling it to a CEO, so they know it's meant to be persuasive. Why is this version better? You've got a persona. You're looking at the newest tech about AI. Yeah, it's all about metrics and numbers. So now here's the answer. First, you are a talent sourcing agent. You're going to bring in the best people. You know, it's always nice to start with who. Yeah. Here's the success metric. 40% reduction in cost per hire. See how that's a real number you could show? Yeah. Drastically reduce external recruiter fees that charge 20% of first-year salary. You automate the top of the funnel to bring in the good people. Second of all, you keep them. They're not going to leave the company. So you lose a lot of your top performers. You need to show 15% decrease in attrition, in people leaving. Isn't that a nice success metrics? Yeah. Next one. And I'll save this if you want to email it, but really you could do the same prompt. Yeah, good. So another one is how current are their skills? So you're going to help them with their current skills. How much can you help with skill gaps? They need to learn AI and other current skills. 30% more internal promotions. You don't have to keep hiring people from outside. You're going to increase internal promotions 30%. Learn skills 50% faster. These are real numbers, very persuasive. Yep. And get to where there's no pay gap. So you're taking care of all equity, all groups. And you're avoiding lots of legal risk. Yeah, 0 significant pay variance. Automate all the systems, like when they call up HR, how do I take an extra vacation, a sick leave, all that kind of stuff? Automate that system. 70% reduction in support costs. Yeah. I mean, aren't these much better answers than you expect? Real numbers, real value, you're gonna look so good, okay? Well, you email me, I'll send you the prompt and I'll send you this. Yeah, good. Now, oh, I opened a new window. I forgot to do this. I should always do that in the lower right because I wanted to use very current internet. So this did a pretty good job, but maybe this information was a year old. So I have to click right there in the lower right to make sure I'm always using the latest internet. See, only Google and Perplexity give you current internet. And in the case of AI Studio, you have to mark it yourself. So all the settings for models is over here on the right. Temperature. If I want the same answer every time, I can set the temperature to not very much. If I want a different answer, I can scale it up. So there's other things I can adjust here too. So everything on the right is about the models. I'm going to use the cheaper Flash, and then for something really valuable, like this question might be a good one to use for the Pro version to get the absolute best answer. All this is under Playground, which lets me do the prompting here. But I could also build things with this tool. This is the best build environment there is for developers. And that's what we want to do with video training, okay? So let's take some questions. And what do you think of Notebook LM generating my PowerPoints, my audios, my web pages? And what do you think of Gemini in AI Studio, where I could have done this for 1 million words? And I use that technique of AI prompts AI. Yeah. Questions?
Thank you, team, for the overload of information. Now, I'm taking you back to, this is a nice tool. I've tried it before, Notebook LM, and I love it. I recommend it. Try it and see it will wow you, make videos, make PowerPoints. But my question is taking you back to data. You said there is no AI without data. And you say in Africa, there's a lot of data. And one of your examples was M-Pesa and mobile money. But this data already belongs to big companies, MTN and M-Pesa and Safaricom. Where do we start gathering data if we want to make AI work for Africa? Like, give us the basics. Which data should you, for maybe someone who's running a mobile money agency, what should they start looking out for so that they can eventually apply AI?
This is slide 41, if I can show that. Yeah, slide number 4, good. So, first of all, there is so much data out there. One of the top 3 reasons projects fail, it's kind of like telling your customer you're going to boil the entire ocean for them. The ocean's too big. You're going to get all the minerals out of the ocean. It's too big. So the Pareto law is that with 20%, you get 80% of the value. It's called the Pareto 80-20 rule. when you do Pareto on Pareto, that means that for 4% of the data, you get 64% of the value. There's two Pareto, there's the Pareto 80-20 rule, and there's the Pareto 64-4 rule. I only need 4% of the data to get about 2/3 of the value. So with data, I want to focus. A lot of early AI data projects failed because they got so much data. And it became almost like a Mensa mental IQ exercise to pull in all the data, and they never got to the value. So the real lesson in all data is first find value. Get to the dashboard, get this in front of the customer, and find out what they care about. Yeah. Even that last question about HR, all those metrics, which ones do they care the most about? Get that in front of the customer. You could fake this up with a spreadsheet, but get this in front of the customer and learn from that. So anytime I talk about data, first focus. You can have a very good business with 4% of the data if you focus. Eventually, add more data, but if you start with too much data, all you'll do is cook the data. So this is really key here. And then once you have this, go grab your data sources. Sensors, mobile, free government like data.gov, these are great sources. You want to make a good career? Help companies grow their data. Do they have a little bit of proprietary data that they control and own? You come in and you give them more data. You don't have to tell them it's from data.gov, but that is 133,000 pre-built data models. Suck in that data for your company's model. Do they already have an app? Most apps don't get that much data. And they don't have the terms and conditions to grab all the data. This knows where it is, when it is, who it is. You should always grab that. It's free. And then when you grab their contact list, legally, you get permission to grab everything on this phone. This is the data spy of your lifetime. So there's lots of data out there. If it's a company, there's so many data sources out there. You know, web isn't near as good as mobile, but grab all the data you can, every form, etc. So grab all the ownership of data you can. I'm going to show a little bit more about, I can go really deep in data. I'm going to go a little bit deep, okay? Sorry. So I'm on slide 37 of the AI Dev Talk. This is tomorrow's AI Dev Talk, slide 35. So basically, there is so much data out there. How do you focus? How do you serve it up for the customer? How do you get more and more data? This is, for developers, this is the data stack. You won't see this anywhere else. You developers need to take a picture. Data flows from the bottom going up. Value and business dollars flow from the top going down. So you want to make money off the data from automation, decisions, personalize the customer and triple sales, and things like that. That's all going from that impact layer 7 coming down. But your data is coming in and feeding this. And if you have way too much data, you're going to flood this system, and all you're really going to do is manage the data. On the left, that's a cloud system with all of the current data and AI tools. On the right, that's non-cloud, and that's pretty painful. So there's actually quite a bit in this. And your company's secrets are you're going to use AI to cook the data. You can't have, when you're pulling in data, and it says, well, one of your customers is 200 years old, that can't be true. You know, they're 8 feet tall, you know, on and on. You need to make sure that all your data is quality and complete. And so Like in row 3 there, how do you enrich the data so it's complete? How do you do quality? So you're going to really clean up the data. And then eventually you're going to have a user API where the user is really happy to be using your data. And you also have a power user API. So the things that aren't production yet, the things that only a few people should see and all that new data, you still want feedback on that. Whenever I build a product, I have the very simple phone interface, and then I have the advanced interface that people can give me great feedback. So how do you get data? That was the question. Sensors, mobile, web, government sites, partners. If a partner doesn't value the data, license it. How can we trade here? I mean, imagine I give them government data that they could get themselves, and they give me data that no one else has. That's a good trade. Yeah. They're happy to get government data, and I'm happy to get their data. Yeah. How do I sign a contract and get years of their data? You really want to grow your data. But you grow it because of focus, because you do a dashboard, and if the customer values it, get more data. Never get data for data's sake. I could give you a dashboard in your car that's useless. It has all sorts of noise. You won't know how to make money. You won't know how to save time. It's just accurate, useful information. How's the weather in the North Pole? That's not going to help you. But the weather here, you probably need that in the dashboard. So all the things that I could give you, and I could survey you about what are those top data items for you to make money and put it in your dashboard. Yeah, data is really the key. It's probably more important than the AI subject. How do you find valuable data? How do you own and control it and put that in front of the customer? And we're going to hit this a lot tomorrow. Even if you're not an AI developer, you want to hear the benefits of data, the benefits of having an AI developer, and things like that. And then at the end of the day tomorrow, we'll do much more AI development at the really end. And if you want to, you might want to stick around, but that's when we'll talk about Cursor, Pinecone, and things like that. And there's really a lot there. What can these few tools do that others can't? This has been real tools, real training, and again, we've used many, and because I'm coaching real companies that have 10,000 tailors for a model, 6,000 poultry. If you're into ICT, you need to learn PostgreSQL. MySQL, it's nice, it's a toy. Postgres has 4 times the job openings, it's just as fast, and it's true standard SQL. And it can do data warehouse. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Before there was AI, this was as good as it gets. Basically, it had to be numbers and be structured. See, AI, I can ask questions about a movie. I can ask questions. Before AI, I could take numbers. What's your age? What's your height? Gender, all that kind of stuff. And I could do pretty good analysis with just numbers. With AI, I could take your handwriting. I could take your notes. I could take your recordings on your phone. See the difference? I could learn from everything audio, video. Very different from so this used to be as good as it gets. Yeah. It was called What If Analytics. What if I expand into Kenya? What if I add more salespeople? What if I add more products? What if I change the price? Which one of those numbers is better? You could do this before AI if you were a data scientist. But what you couldn't do was anything with audio, video, and extrapolate any missing numbers. Now you have completeness, you have all senses, it's quite an improvement. But yeah, this was literally as good as it got before AI. I still use this. It guides my AI. Before I ask AI really hard questions, I'll give myself a little spreadsheet and I'll learn. Give me the numbers for these trade-offs. Which numbers are better? Add more salespeople? Expand into Kenya? Change the prices? Change the bundles of products? See, you can actually extrapolate those things into the future and you can have pretty good numbers. When I just ask AI in the wide ocean of problems, I'm going to get noise. If I narrow it down a little bit, with real spreadsheets and real data, then my AI is going to be much more focused. AI is not really the cure-all, such as, I don't know what the question is, help me out. Okay? But if you narrow it and help it a little bit, even when AI writes the prompt, you still need to do a graphs prompt, goal, role, audience, fact check, and style. So do all 5 of those, even when AI writes a better prompt than you. And for data, bound it a little bit. Yeah. So, good. Yeah. And grab all the data you can, control it, own it, contract it. I mean, patent, sign contracts, own it, and make sure they can't leak it, insecure it, or give it to anybody else. Data is exactly like money. Yeah, it really is. It's the new oil, the new money. Okay, next. By the way, thank everybody, for organizing this, the microphones, the food, everything's been great. So, good.
Hi, team.
Hi.
Thank you so much for the content. It's been really insightful. My question is general. My name is Leila. I work with Kanzu Code, People and Culture. So my question is just around that. How do we use these tools to support with CV screening without bringing in the bias, something around that? Because they do support us, we really want to remain as objective as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we use them.
Okay, so, yeah. So these tools do really add a lot of power, and you could really misuse it. For example, if you had a presidential debate here, you could send the data to the satellite, and you could make that candidate look older, feebler, mumbling, and other things in real time. There's video that does that. You could make this candidate look younger, precise, calm, unstressed. These are easy with AI. And by the time it comes off the satellite to your home and to 80 million other homes, they're never going to know. Yeah. So AI can be really used for bias and power. So be very careful. Yeah, how do you make sure that the source, and so let's do a little bit of AI ethics. Is that okay? Okay, we're going to do a quick, and by the way, I teach AI value much more than AI ethics. I'm a Christian, I care about ethics, but you know how it works in Africa? 90% of the training is ethics. Why don't they teach you how to make more money? Okay? Here's another way. I've got lots of business books I'm bringing tomorrow. If you show me one time the United Nations or USAID told you to move to factory and AI and make 100 times more money, or just move to factory and AI, show me one time, and I'll give you a book, okay? So the first person that shows me anything, you know what they say of Africa? Do 100% of the work, be farmers forever. That's United Nations and USAID. Yeah. If you go to the Engineers Without Borders, I've been there in East Kampala. You know what they do? Farming. It's like, where's the engineering? Oh, they help farmers. It's like, well, how do you help them make more money? It's like, farming, money per hour. Yeah. So, okay, AI ethics. This is actually a third course that I haven't covered. And all this is on the flash drive. Sorry about this. Okay, so we haven't really talked about AI ethics and things like that. What can AI do and not do? Really a lot of subjects here. So, because of all the new value, there's a lot of new abuses. It's worth so much money. Some of the biggest abuses are about security. You know, you rob banks because that's where the money is. Well, data's the new banks. Also, so for security here, in the bottom two bullets there, 2,000 data breaches a year. These are data breaches by the largest banks. If the largest banks aren't secure, what good do you have? And the attacks are nation-state attacks. These are attacks by China, Russia, North Korea. Those are the main three attacks where they profit financially from these attacks. And internal privacy. Not only do you have external from the outside, but you have internal opportunities. If they don't protect your privacy, they make more money. If they know what you'll buy, and they know your name, and they know your address, and just a little bit more information they can sell to you, that's worth a lot of money. So just as profitable as external security is internal privacy. So as I say here on the bottom, we only train this 1% because we really want to teach you 100x kingdom wealth. But we do teach a little bit about this. Here are the 5 P's of ethical data management. Protection and privacy. Protect your data. Encrypt it. Data in motion, at rest, you make sure that nobody can read it because it's garbled until it's in use. And that no one should know whose data that is. You must keep privacy. Provenance, where did it come from? You should always know, is this real? Is it copyrighted? What was the source of this data? And how is it prepared and what's the purpose? Purpose is a surprising new one with AI. You gave your rights for someone to have your address. An AI company can take your name and address and they can figure out how you voted. Yeah, I'll show you. So, yeah, AI ethics, new power, gatekeepers. And if you go to that link at the bottom, huge errors, hallucinations. So here are some very real legal issues. The first one happened in Australia. The citizen said, you can have my name and address. An AI company took that, they looked at your social media and your likes, and they said, here's where the person is on the political scale. Are they very red? Are they very yellow? Or are they in the middle and they can be persuaded? That's very valuable data. People pay a fortune for data like that. Where are they on their religion scale? Yeah. Are they Christian? Are they liberal? Are they easily persuaded? That's the kind of data people pay a fortune for. This AI company created those two scales. Where are you on the religion scale? Where are you on the government scale, on the political scale? And you didn't give permission for that. You only gave permission for your name and address. But they followed the law, they got public information, and they created a scale for everyone. And they sold it for a fortune. Yeah. So what's the purpose of your data? You need to be able to always, if they find a new purpose, you should have to approve it. They shouldn't be able to repurpose your data for something like that without your permission. Here's another one, the bottom one there. They would send a letter to the house and say, congratulations on your pregnancy. The husband didn't know, the parents didn't know, but AI knew with about 99% certainty. Based on what you bought in the store, what you bought online, they would send you the letter with 99% certainty. It didn't go well. And you know what the company said legally? They said, we have broken no international laws. This is the 3rd biggest store in America, Target. And they shut down the program because they were getting such backlash and pushback, but they said they've done nothing illegal. Yeah. Interesting? So every company, oh, by the way, there's AI in China. They have a loyalty score. How loyal are you to the government Communist Party? If your friend's not loyal, it affects your score. Are you hanging out with people whose score's not that good? It affects your score. Do you want a promotion? Do you want to work and have a contract with the government? Yeah, there's a lot of money behind that. So, yeah, so AI can be used for a lot of things. So here is, you need an ethics board. If you try to publish, if you're at Makerere University and you try to publish a paper, you cannot put the university's name on it unless the board has approved it. They have to review it. Is it ethical? Does the paper say good things about the university? If you've got a paper that's totally incorrect, or hate, or prejudice, they're not going to approve it. All AI needs a board like that. Your company, your organization should not approve any AI unless a board has approved. Now, if it's just like 100 before you, that's easy. It's like, that's approved. But anytime you're doing something new with AI, with the data, something severe, you need approval. You need an ethics board approval. This model already works great in universities, in publishing, and it's the same thing needed, okay? So it's not a big stretch to say, repeat. So here are the AI limits of what AI can and cannot do. Only the past, only what the known data is. And you can improve the quality a lot if you, so if you know the future is a lot like the past, if you know that your data is very correct, you can improve it with all the blue things here. It's only good in the large, like driving. AI for driving is very helpful, very accurate. It's a much better driver, probably 100 times better driver than a human. It's never drunk, it's never tired, it's really good. But in the small, it's not that good. So in the large, if you measure it for years, it's a better driver. But in the small, here's a bunch of brain with something that's really shiny like a mirror, and AI wasn't trained for that. What does it do? Does it slow down and ease off the road? Does it try to just plod on and run over something? Yeah. What just came into the road? Is that a ball or is it a child with a uniform that looks like a ball? How do you train AI? So AI is really good, but the lawsuits and the lawyers are concerned about those other cases where it was not trained. So it's much better than human drivers, but the lawyers are going to make a lot of money because of those things that you really can't train. So it's also only random variables. Some things make sense. Like I said earlier, if I move to a poor neighborhood, there's less chance I'll get a loan because AI knows where I live. All I did was move. Yesterday I would have gotten the loan. I can't get it today because of my new address. So that makes a little bit of sense. It's not fair. There's other things like maybe I'm left-handed, born in January. Is there a pattern that those people shouldn't get loans? The next time you don't get a loan approved and if AI were to dump why you didn't, you'd be shocked. It could be a combination of things you never expected. Oh, he changes jobs every 2 years. What's that got to do with loans? Well, AI found a pattern and you didn't get the loan approval. So, AI, number 5, cannot be disruptive, creativity, or innovation. It's only looking for repeatable patterns. How can repeatable be new and creative? Okay? Also, there is no Rhema word. Rhema is a living word from God. Yeah, living just for you. No way. Rhema is more big, broad patterns. It's not a source of truth. It can never be legal evidence. So those are just some of the things that AI is not. Okay. Bias. Because it's just using numbers, sometimes it looks biased. Did you know that a married man lives 9 years longer than a single man? A married woman lives 2 years longer than an unmarried woman. Okay? Is that bias? What does that mean? That's just statistics. Yeah. And, you know, does it really understand? And is it just too verbose, like it's trying to help you and it's guessing? And the real limits, like I said before, are imagination and your prompting skills. Even when you're doing automation, you have to prompt every tool, so it's heavily about your prompting skills. Okay, so we've covered the ethics of AI at a high level, and we've shown what AI can and cannot do, and we did a couple of demonstrations. We could do a lot of things tomorrow. We could do more AI business like this presentation. We could do more AI development, which I think would be good even for the non-developers. We have much, much more. So I've only shown you a little bit of 3 presentations. I did one completely, the tools, and I've done a little bit of 2 others. We have plenty for tomorrow, and we really have a lot of great people coming tomorrow. We'll also have a panel. Get your hardest questions. In worst case, write it down and send it to me. I mean, literally, write it down with your email on it. But bring your hardest questions tomorrow about AI for your business. And if you want to ask business, we didn't train business this year. We train in franchising, patents, investment. I could do a little bit of that tomorrow. So, investment, can I just talk about that for a minute? Okay. Africa is arguably the best investment in the world. That's the good news. You have 2/3 of the world's minerals. You have all of the data. I mean, you have so much. Mobile pay. Your population is going to be 9.7 billion by 2030. That's more people than the world has 8 billion today. So for just pure data and AI and investment in business, you're the best. But you lack 3 laws. You don't have corporate law, you don't have franchise law, and you don't have hedge fund law. Do you want me to just tell you a little bit about each one? Okay. And let me just kill that. 50% of the world's investment goes to America because of those 3 laws. Of that 50%, half of it will be invested in AI. In the first half of last year, $20 trillion was given to America because they have investor-friendly laws. Corporate law. Mauritius has corporate law. Uganda does not. I will not invest in your Uganda company. I would have to pay taxes every year. Let's say I exit on the 5th year. If you're a corporation, I would only pay taxes when I exit on the 5th year. But you have pass-through taxes because you're more like an LLG here, LLC. I have to pay taxes for 4 years. I'm tying up my money. I'm losing money. I have no upside till the 5th year. No investor is going to do that. When you have a corporation, it's separate from you, the human. It's a separate person. It's separate from the calendar and things like the taxes I just talked about. It's separate from your property. I can sue you, I can sue your corporation, I can't sue both. Isn't that nice? If you don't have that, they don't like your company, they take your house. A corporation can print money. You can print stock and say, you want to buy 10% of the company? You can do that before you make money. You can give your employees 1%. I don't give any of my employees more than 1%. In fact, even that, they have to vest over 4 years. Every year they stay, they get 1/4%. So you can print money if you have a corporation. Corporations are separate from the local government. There's no Uganda tax, there's no city tax, because they're a corporation. That's why Safe Boda is a corporation in Mauritius, because they pay 15% flat tax. So I have a hedge fund in Florida. I'm ramping one up in Mauritius because Florida has no taxes. I mean, they have no income, corporate, death, capital gains. It's crazy good taxes. I'm in the opposite corner of America, and my corporation is in the opposite corner. And Mauritius is east of Madagascar, but it's the only African nation that has corporate law. It's also investor friendly. If I want to start a company, let's say I want a KFC franchise, I can do it in 2 weeks because I've got a Mauritius corporation. You try to do that with Uganda non-corporation, it might take you a year to start a company, all the paperwork. So you're independent of local law. You're of local taxes. A corporation is truly a separate person, okay? And now let's look at hedge fund. All hedge funds are a 220 contract. If you invest $1 million in my hedge fund and I get to manage it for 5 years, I'm going to cost you $20,000 a year. I take 2% of your investment and I manage that every year for my costs. I'm going to also take 20% of the result. If your $1 million turns into $10 million, I'll only give you back $8 million because I'm taking 20%. All hedge funds are a 220 contract. In America, the vice president has a hedge fund, and the head of Treasury, and the head of Commerce, and other people in the cabinet in the White House. About a third of them have hedge funds. Yeah. There's only 3 places to put your money. You can put it in a bank. That's really safe to put in your emergency fund, your savings for keeping your company going. It's like insurance. And then you can put it in the stock. Even a tier 1 SACO, both of those will give you about 12%, so they'll double every 6 years. Because when you double at 72, that means 12 times 6 is 72, 12% will double in 6 years. But hedge funds are 24%. They double every 3 years. If you have a good hedge fund, so my hedge fund, I coach the company. I say, here's how to get 50,000 visitors a day to your website. Here's how to go from 2 products to 60 products. So I coach the company. And they do very well. And they double their sales every 6 months. And one of them is on their way to be a $1 billion company. Their only competitor is $9 billion, and they're better than their competitor. So that's hedge fund. The last law that Africa doesn't have is franchise. We're writing these 3 laws in Mauritius, and we'll share the contracts with you. Here's a franchise. If you want to be the next KFC, you write a contract. Each child store will pay you 20% of gross. You'll also make money on all the supplies. Do they need potatoes? You'll make 5-10% on every supply. You're probably really getting more like 30% of gross off each store. Now, the child stores benefit because there's about 100% chance of success. Every one of these KFCs and petrols and everything else, they're making $1 million per store. So when they spend $250,000 to get started, they're going to do fine long term. They're an owner of the store. It's an asset. They can leave it to their children. They can buy a better couple of stores. They can sell one of those. They can, it's really an ownership, buy and sell asset. So the franchisee, the child store, has a lot of benefits. They don't have to pay for marketing, support, training. All they're doing is just local sales. Yeah, they get the benefit of wholesale pricing, the benefit of global advertising. They'll make $1 million per store, so why not buy a second and third one? If you want to be a millionaire, franchising is pretty good. But if you want to be a multimillionaire, be the franchisor parent company. They get 20% of gross. They get all of the fees from other things, that all the supplies. They really control everything. Their value is 27x multiple. So how much is your company worth? Your company is worth sales revenue, your annual sales times your revenue multiple. If you're a clothing store, your revenue multiple is 2. If you do $1 million a year, your company's worth $2 million. If you're a franchise, your revenue multiple is 27. If you do $1 million a year, your company's worth 27 million. If you're a great AI company and you own unique data, your revenue multiple is about 20. If you're a really strategic consulting, for advertising, for marketing, your revenue multiple is surprisingly 10. That's pretty good. If you do rental, your revenue is more like 12x. So if you're selling things to the customer like construction equipment. If you're selling it, your revenue multiple is about 5. If you're renting it, your revenue multiple is 12. So you need to talk to an investor, you tell them you're a rental company. Yes. So franchising is, you need 2 things. You need to have a great company with a unique product, and you need to have a child company that wants to copy you. And then how can we help you? How can we help you? We can help you with free training, free website, free contracts that you adjust. They're all yours. And soon we'll be able to help you with a free mobile app. Initially, we'll only be good at restaurants and field services like house cleaning, plumbing, things that mean a truck or a car went to the customer. Yeah. And the phone will make you 1/3 more efficient because Google Maps will tell you where to go next. And you'll be government compliant. And you'll double your sales. See that bid? That's your price. You agree to that? Okay, that's your bill, and later it'll be your receipt. You do that once on a phone. And the parent company gets all the data. Don't miss that last part. You get all that efficiency and the child stores are happy, but the parent company, you alone, get all the data. And if you don't like our code, just take it and do whatever you want with it. But when you make the code really weird, we can't really support you. So we'll give you our updates and we'll say, here's the new code we keep adding, and good luck merging it in with yours. But you never really need us because you can always leave. So that's the plan for our franchising. And let me give you a couple of goals. I would love to come back to this church someday and know that there are 50 millionaires from franchising and another 50 from big data models. Yeah. How do you change a generation? Generous leaders. Why do I come to Africa? We need strong churches and strong Christian businesses. God created life, marriage, and the church. The West hates those things. Abortion, LGBT, and anti-church. You're going to need strong churches and strong Christian businesses because they're going to try to buy your next leaders and the ones after that. That's why I'm here. Yeah. So, I'm also here. In 1967, there were as many Christians in America as Africa. Now there are 7 times as many in Africa. American church grew a little. The Africa church multiplied. I'm hoping someday your grandkids will evangelize my grandkids. Yeah, I'm serious. Yeah. So those are the 2 reasons I'm here. So good. I don't know what the schedule is, but yeah, let's. I think somebody had a wrap up here, and then we need to get ready for tomorrow. And tomorrow, I'll double check with Peter if he wants more business or if he wants to do development. But even if it's development, please come. Thank you.
Wow. A mega round of applause for Tim. Thank you so much for adding value to us. It's like we're under a dam, eh? Lots of stuff coming. But don't give up. It will make sense. Coming from a man of God who doesn't just teach AI, but with an angle of God. So thank you very much. Have you had a good day? Yes. I would encourage you to say hi to someone you didn't come with, just to know who is in the room. Maybe they are your next business partner. And then tomorrow, invite your friends to come. It's like we have more speakers. We have a panel discussion of people who have used AI locally and seen results and made companies out of it. So you don't want to miss that. Real Ugandans, eh? Rio, eh? So you don't want to miss. And even our own apostle is going to be here to kind of close, yeah? So please tell your friends, they registered. they don't want to miss. Do you want to be millionaires alone? Because then you'll be forced to live somewhere else and leave your friends, because they won't be understanding the stuff. So you can't leave them behind. You have to call them to come tomorrow. Don't be millionaires alone. And even when you're together, you're thinking good ideas on how to implement stuff. You're seeing the problems together. If you're pastors, you're like, yeah, the other poverty, we hate it in that place. We want to uproot it with applying what we've learned. Okay, so are you going to invite your friends? Yes, it's a free conference. Why would they refuse to show up with a lot of data? Okay, so let's call it a day. I'll just say a little prayer. Father, we thank you for everything we've learned today. We thank you for the resources we have in this place, that we have a place to sit and learn all day, that we have pastors who care about us, that they want us to learn. We thank you for all the resources spent today to make sure that we learn. Give us wisdom on what to apply, what to do. May we go back to you as the source to find out what we can do about what we've learned today, how to apply it, how to be practical with it, and how to drive Africa to be the top, to be the poverty eradicator, to be the one sending missionaries to other places. We thank you for Tim and all that he has taught us today. We thank you for everyone who's here, that as they go back home, they are safe because you give angels charge over them in all their ways. And they'll be back. We shall be fresh, ready to learn. We thank you that knowledge comes from you, and we're going to make you proud and glorify your name by applying it. In Jesus' name, amen. You're dismissed.